Yeah.
Like this, and like that. Yeah, that's what you can say. It's creative. Yeah, go for what you know. Ready to drop you the mighty rock. That was for me, so let me see. Like this, and like that. Yeah, that's what you can say. It's creative. Yeah, go for what you know. Ready to drop you the mighty rock.
Wow.
That was for me, so let me see.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, House, for the follow. I'm just getting stuff ready. Setting stuff up. Getting ready and prepping, I'm prepping. Let's get my little robot in here. Let's get my little robo buddy in here. There we go. There he is. How do I... Can I rotate him? Oh! He do a spin. He do a big spinny spin. Let's, put him over here. Actually, I'm gonna put him on my head. Boy. See, let's switch to the game window real quick. Yeah. I should probably mute the music. There we go. And then I'll unmute the game. I have never played this game before. Never, ever, ever. Hopefully, I'll have a good time. So far, I'm tripping balls. Oh. Why is this so creepy? Why does it have to be so creepy? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what have I gotten myself into? I think I'm about ready to press a button. I'm ready to get into it. I'm ready to play. Boom. Oh, new game. Custom battles. Settings. After you toggle to the first screen. Okay. Nice. New game. Save slot. Oh. Thank you, Sword. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciate. Thank you. Story mode. Even faster life regeneration and extra health. For people not used to playing video games and more interested in the story. Faster life regeneration. I'm gonna go with normal. I am spooked. That's okay. Thank you for the follow regardless, whether it was now or way before. Hello. The game says hello. We are delighted to see you. To enter this realm, you must leave your humanity. I'm a robot. I don't think I had a lot of humanity to begin with. Abandon your idea of time and accept immortality. Immortality? You can leave and return as you will, compared to your current life where there is only one way out. Do you agree to abandon humanity, time, and accept immortality? Heck yeah! Heck yeah, I do. Excellent. Like the human world, we have blurred the lines of purpose, but the road is clear. It's after all for your own amusement. I'm already amused. I'm kinda creeped out by the music earlier. Do let me know if the game audio is too loud. Nani? Nani, nani, nani? What's this? Oh. Damn. Red nose, little red nose with the fancy mustache. Wait, what? What did he take? Did he take my shit? He took my shit. So this is me. It's not. Oh. Oh. Ah. Okay. Double tapping sprint is a sprint. Get back here, you. Mother effer. You took my freaking arm. I will not forget this. Frog. It seems like... Oh, shit, I didn't get to read that. I didn't think you would wake up. Ribbit. It seems you're missing an arm. He did take my arm. What an ass. I can't let you pass until I know you can fend for yourself. Well, I could use a hand. Oh well. Okay, that. Jump. Move. Jump and move. Oh! Ah! I'm good, I swear. Ow! I kinda expected to jump higher is all. Oh! Ah! Fuck! Can't believe I failed the first level. I failed the freaking tutorial. I'm good. Bam, bam, pew, bam, bam, pew. Whoa! I am. Yeah, boy. What? I want to read chat. I want to read chat. Let me read chat. I'm scared to read chat. Ah! Ah! Ding. Music's bopping though. Ah! Ah! Shit! Fuck! Sorry. I'm pretty sure I would have been worse off. I'm terrible at this kind of game. Yeah, I'm realizing I am too. Ah! My music's awesome, yeah. The music's great. I just wish I wasn't so bad. Ah! I already got hit. Yeah. Boing. Da-da. I think Muse Dash is more my kind of game, my kind of rhythm game. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. Oh, we can also use WASD. Dun-dun. No, no, no. Ah, shut back. Ah, yup, yup. I especially like this part. Oh god. Ah, ah. Are you winning, son? Dun, dun. Ow! Shit! Now! No, 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 no. I did it. Never thought I would be so relieved, or completing a tutorial. It seems you can handle yourself. I barely made it. One thing before you leave. Make sure to interact with that lamp to save your progress. A lump. I'll interact with a lump. Save point. I'm awake. Talk to me to save. I will talk to the lamp. Hey, buddy. Do you want to save? Yeah. Excellent. Nice. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thank you. What's this? With the stump. What's with the stump? Is there a secret? Secret stumpy stumps? No secret. Okay. Okay. Oi! Arm thief! Give me my arm back. I want my arm. Free! Come back. It's mine. You can't have it. Unless you pay for it. Pay for my arm. I want my arm. It would seem I have arrived at a club. The club in the woods. Wood club. Look at the Woodstock. What you? Pink Stone Guard. You must have schmuckles to enter. 20 schmucks. Go to ATM machine. Yeah, alright. I want my schmucks. Give me my schmucks. Welcome to the automated terror machine. Would you like to withdraw schmucks? Yes. Give me schmucks. In order to withdraw schmucks, you must insert your soul. Undertale much? I see you, Flowey. I see you, Flowey. I like... Has to be a reference. And I like it. I liked it. I liked it. Wait. Hi. Yeah, hi. Oh. telling me to die? Why is the ATM telling me to die? Ow. Ow! Ah! Pay attention. Ow. Yeah, you better be tired. Take a chill pill. No, calm down. I just want my schmucks. Give me my schmucks. Ow. Give me my schmucks. Give me my schmucks. Ah. I like the little winky face. No schmuckle currency is currently available. What? Are you kidding me? Please receive a complimentary schmuckle ticket instead. I'll take it. I'll take a schmuckle ticket. Found a schmuckle ticket. Press I to open inventory. A green paper that has schmuckle written on it. Okay, I guess I don't use it for anything else. I guess I just give it to the bouncer. You have schmuckle ticket. I take ticket. He ate it. Die. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. ATM can die for all I care. Ooh. There's bops. I love it. Who are you? Reese. I'm so tired of having to work in loud environments like these. But you gotta do what you gotta do until you're done. That's what it's all about, right? True? I forgot what I was talking about. I'm so tired of having to work. Okay, she says the same, okay. Another blue boy. VIP card you have? Allowed VIP only. Oh, yeah. Who are all these cool people? Who's this epic night? Night lost a lot. Gold Pig has made me work so much. Now I just want to have a good time and relax. Oh, you. Ludwig. Hi, ho, ha. I love dancing. It's the best thing I know. But I do like drinking blood too. Hee ho. Hi ho. I'm getting kinda thirsty. Too bad your wooden limbs don't seem to have any blood in them. Hi ho, I talk too much. Red Dead Mushroom. We mushroom people usually play in the woods. You should come visit someday. We'll love to play hide and seek, but nobody wants to be the seeker. Oh, maybe someday. Maybe someday. I'll cross my fingers for you, little mushy. Barbot. Hi there, dollface. I guess I'm made of wood. How do you lose your arm? Sorry, that might be too personal. My condolences, my memory chips have not been working well lately. Some say ignorance is bliss. Do you need a drink? Wait, sorry, we are out of stock. Shit, I keep forgetting that. Oh, I wanted a drink. Rasta Beast. I'm not really a great dancer, but I like seeing people enjoy themselves. Someday, I might try dancing. Yeah. I love the little Naruto run I'm doing when I sprint. It looks like it, at least. How are you? Nosferatu. Nosferatu. Achoo! I usually don't come to social places like these. Nosferatu has got caught a cold. Nosferatu. I usually don't like bright lights. I usually don't have anything to do. Or that. Hey. I think it's good to give things another chance. You're lucky I can't get the vids. Oh. I'm sorry. You desecrated a 2 million schmuck drink. What do you have to say for yourself? You don't seem to understand what you've got yourself into, kid. No, I don't, Zig. I am a VIP, and hoodlums like you are not going to get away unpunished. I don't like this dude. What a dick. Oh no. It's battle time. It's time to duel. Oh no. Oh yeah. Music. I love the music. Got the moves. Oh, what are those? Oh, you can jump those, I guess. Yeah. Oh yeah. What? What? I did it. Ow. Ow! I panicked. Oh! Hook up! Ah! Laser eyes! Get your... Don't stare at me. I'm sensitive. Oh, whoop. He's screaming! I'm just imagining him screaming in anger. Man, this is banging. Yeah, it really is. Ah, checkpoint. You are faster than I thought. Oh no, checkpoint. What? But I have not unleashed one of my strongest attacks. Oh no. No one has survived my famous... Nope. Your famous what? Marathon Red Death technique. Oh no. He's got some moves for being a dick. Ow! Ah. Yeah, scream, angry boy. Ah. Ah. Ow! Ow! Ah. Ow! His piercing stare. It hurts. He's staring into my soul. Can't get me. Can't get me. Can't get me. Ow. I'm feeling pretty safe over here. That's right. That's what you get. He screamed until he creamed. Wait, no. No, that's not right. That's not right. No. No. Sorry. No. I'm so burned out. Thank you for the VIP ticket. Decide to open inventory. A luxurious card with the letters VIP. The backside says ventriloquist, improvisers, puppeteers club. The sea is silent. The sea is silent. Puppeteers lub. What's up? What's a lub? Puppeteers lub. I don't get it. I don't get it. I pretend like I do. Nah, I lost a lot. I like his name. It's so clever. Nigel lost a lot. And he's walking around in his underpants. Is there anything else over here? That's a familiar looking fella. Lost Spirit, please take this. You received a magic 8-ball. No! Come back, Gasty boy. Gaster, come back. 28 souls are... Souls? You shake the magic 8-ball, it says... You have abandoned humanity. Yeah. And accepted immortality. Never forget. Yeah. Actions speak louder than words. True. True. Let's go back to the VIP dude. So, let me get this straight. You exhausted a guy to the point of fainting and then robbed him. Pretty much what happened. And I regret nothing because he was being a dick. And then I got a magic 8-ball from Gaster. Undertale Gaster. Yes, eat my VIP card. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Looks good. Remind me not to be a dick to you. That's right, that's right. That's right. I'll make you dance. I'll make you dance until you fall unconscious. And then I'll rob you. Good luck. I'm a VIP, y'all. I'm a VIP. Yeah, I'm a VIP. Nice. I know, right? You can save your progress here. Do you want to save? Yeah. Good luck with whatever you're up to. I'm up to no good. Oh. It's quiet. It's so quiet. Oh. There's nothing here I can talk to, Ellie. What? What's this? I can't interact with anything. Huh. Brown slow mushroom. Shh. This melody is so haunting. I love it. It's a nice melody. Where's it coming from? Oh. It's haunting. Ah. Wait. Ah, wait, so... Da 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 da. Oh. Da 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 da. Yeah. I did it. I'm smart. Oh. Hey. Didn't have to close the door on me. Huh. It's dark. It's cold. But I'm always here to light up the path. Do you want to save? Yes. I want to save. What's this? Oh. Who's Big Chungo over here? Gold Pig. Who let you in here? Excuse me. Who let you in here? That's the doll I stole the arm from. Well. Did you come here to get your arm back? You won't. You should have caught your thief when you had the chance. Totally not the fitting voice for him. That's why it's so good. You will only be an annoyance if I keep you around. It's better to get rid of you. Oi, 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 oi! No. And I'm gone. Oh. Where am I? I don't know where I am. But I'm digging the music. Oh, papa! Oh my god! Ow! Da 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 ow! Da. Ow! Ow! Ah! Oh! I don't have a good reaction time. I fucking died. Yeah, that was brutal. That was really brutal. Was I meant to die? Hello? Oh. Nani? What are they drawing? Or what are they? Are they little spirits? I feel like I was meant to die. It's a star. What is going on? Oh! I'm tripping. Oh, wait, you! I remember you. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. I like this. It's hard, but I like this. Ow. Oh yeah. Ow. What? No, you took away the good music. Where are you? Wait. Huh? Are you me? You're missing an arm. Is that me? Am I fighting myself right now? Ow. Shit. Ow. Oh. I walked right into that. That's on me. I like that. That's good stuff. Wait. I have been reassembled. Wait. What's wrong with my eyes? They're hollow. What is this game? You're just sad. Yeah, I'm very sad. I'm just sad. I'm sad. Oh. Am I gonna get gnomed? Am I getting gnomed? Ah! The gnomes are fighting back. Oh my god. So many gnomes. They're all here to gnome me together. So far I have zero complaints about the music in this game. It's very simple, but it's also really good. Oh my god. Oh, I don't like your smile. What? Ah! Oh my god. Trippy. This is messing with me. Oh my god. Oh no. Ah! I should have put a seizure warning on this stuff. Ah! Who's that? I might have to update the title of the stream with a seizure warning. What the hell? Oh my god. People who made this game must have been on something. Not that I'm complaining. I love it. What are you saying? What are you saying? Dead. Oh my god, they are. Oh, look, ow. Oh no, we're turning. Oh no, this is gonna destroy it. I don't even know what to say. I can't come up with commentary. I'm just making noises. Ah. Over here. What? Nani? Oh. Ah. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Why'd you have to do me like this? No, don't start turning. No. Ah! This is trippy. No. I'm gonna die. No. This game gets weirder and weirder by the minute. By the second, rather. I'm having a good time, though. Oh. Oh no, it's inverted. It's mirrored. Boing! Come on. Oh. That was it. My main after that... My main. See? My brain after that, it just melted. I couldn't even say brain, I just said main. My brain is now a main. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. It seems you have returned early. This shouldn't be possible. Shush! The game is judging me. This one from OK looks pretty difficult too. What the hell is happening? Yeah! Exactly! Something is amiss. I cannot allow you to learn too much. It would interfere with your purpose. I will restore your body to before you started to drift away. I suggest you continue with what you are doing, but be careful. I could give some advice that would help you, but it's a secret that must stay between us. If you want, I can give you an absolute truth. An absolute truth. What would that be? This is certainly not the right way to do it, but it might help you. Or it might horribly twist you. I mean, my brain is already twisted after what just happened. So, yeah, I'd like to hear it. There are many absolute truths, but one of them is... nothing is lost. Okay? Once life is dead, there will be a transfer you cannot be part of. The departed will wait for you in a place with no time. Hard choices will be justified in the end. There will be reconciliation, no matter how ugly. Take this truth. It is now in your hands to interpret its meaning. Now you must continue. Achievement. First absolute truth. I will restore your body to right before you died. I hope you will find what you are looking for. Oh, I'm back here. I truly was meant to die. I was afraid I was going to have to do it all again. Climb, 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 climb. I'm a master climber. I climb really fast for having one arm. It's you. Wait, what? What happened here? Wow. Hey. So... Gold Pig stole my legs. Yeah, they're detachable, just like your limbs. I can't believe you survived the incinerator. No one has survived it. Please, take me with you. Yeah, I'm surprised I survived the incinerator too, considering I'm made of wood. Please take me with you. I'll help get your arm back from Gold Pig. Just don't leave me. Okay, I feel kind of sorry for this fella now. Want to help you get back your arm and my legs? Yeah. Thank you. Aw, look at that little smile. Kind of creepy, but still wholesome. I'll weigh almost nothing. You won't even notice me. Gold Pig escaped through the magical door. Did I stuff him in my pocket? I can't see him. Went through that door. Hey, I'm just a door. I don't have a lot of responsibilities besides standing here. You really want to go after a big guy like that? I was impressed that they even got through me. Of course. Gold Pig has magic to make it easier. Excuse me? But imagine them having to fit through all the doors in the world. Maybe you should reconsider. After all, you were only searching for your arm. And a pair of legs. Don't forget, a pair of legs. It seemed helpless to do anything about it last time anyway. Although, you did survive the incinerator somehow. No one else has done that, so that's something. The corpses around you are proof of that. Are all these incinerated corpses? It's... Ah. Oh. Oh. Stop stalling and let us pass. Jeez, okay. You cranking gnome. Oh. Oh, open inventory. Ah, yep, there he is. A small creature with a blue hat was lost its legs, but they sure didn't lose their mouth. So many doors. Where should we go? I really did stuff him in my inventory. And I don't know, I'm feeling kind of drawn towards this trippy door. Midnight Town door. Hey, you fine piece of craftsmanship. Wanna swing by Midnight Town? The nicest place around. Yeah. Ooh. Dum, dum, dum. Having a good time? Sometimes it can be good to interact with the same character twice. Some individuals get nervous when you stay quiet, and it might share some juicy information. You want to save? Yeah. Keep it real, dude. What's this clock? Time is only temporary. Goldfish. Blub blub. Hi there. Blub. I feel that I'm destined to do great things in my lifetime. You sure are. Keep dreaming, buddy. Eventually you'll be going places. The door is locked. What's this? Brown mage. Who is out there? If anyone is out there, it's kind of an emergency. Could you get some toilet? Oh no. Don't you know? There's a toilet paper shortage. I'll reward you with a lava lamp for your troubles. A lava lamp? Never say no to a lava lamp. I'm going to go to the shop last. What's this? Stone Guardian. Hi, small figure. I am Stone Guardian. I really like eat, but I no move. You no move, because you big. You want food? Actually, do you say... Okay, he just has that to say. What's this? I really need a roof for my house. Maybe I can give you some trash if you find me a roof. I do have some half-used toilet paper if that would be useful. Heck yeah, I need that. Go to the shop. Wait. You did say half-used. I'm sure the mage or the wizard, yeah, brown mage won't worry too much about that. These flowers smell like an old person's breath. I don't like that. No. Don't like that, no. Nuh-uh. A rigidly locked chest. Welcome to my shop, my vermilion-colored friend. Feel free to browse through my collection of rare flora. Yeah, but you have the lid of a trash can on your head. These flowers smell skunky sweet. Skunky sweet? Skunky sweet! These flowers smell like barbecue. Barbecue. Yum yum. Maybe I can give some tasty flowers to the Stone Guardian to eat. These flowers smell like childhood. What about these ones? These flowers smell like something beautiful. Something beautiful. And these? These flowers smell like paper. They smell like paper. These strange flowers smell like dirt. Huh? So many different exotic smells, yes. Okay, so it doesn't seem like I can do anything here. What if I talk to you? Okay. Let's go out of here. Anything down here? Oh! Oh, okay. Who are you? Door is locked. Oh, that's a door. I thought that was a person behind bars or something. It's over here then. Oh. Wait. I'll talk to you again. Is that all you say? That's all you have to say. How do I buy... I know what I want, because this guy has it. Can I sneak up behind you? Is there anything else in here? I'm feeling really dumb. Skunky sweet, that's not sweet. What about the treat? Can I feed my VIP ticket to Big Boy here? Oops, what did I do? Beach Road. I like this town. Same. What do? What do? I can't go in here. Do I have to go to one of the other areas first, maybe? Because I might need a key. Maybe I can get a key in the other area. Maybe. I never considered that I might need to go to one of the other ones first. What's this? This door seems broken. There are pieces missing. The door is missing. Maybe I should just go to the one that was closest to me when I get out of the door. The blue one. This place gives me the creeps, yeah. Especially when I see that familiar looking face up there. I know it's empty, but something feels off. Please let us leave, Red. No. I wish I could leave this place someday. I'm guessing there's nothing for me to explore in here. No. Alright. Alright. What about this one? Mm. What? Okay then. Wait. Huh? Ah! Bus. Bus. Oh. Huh? Huh. Stop right there, Red Hood. Oh, it's not lost a lot. I have been sent by Gold Pig to stop you from reaching the cursed castle. I order you to stop your quest at once. Go back to where you came from and I won't hurt you. Fine, I'll go back. No, I resist. Hm. Fight me, Lost a lot. Fight me. Fight me. Called my bluff, huh? I won't bother you, there's no point in it. Oh my. I know I won't beat you anyway. Well then. Ah, I'll just tell Goldpig that you beat me up. I hope I can count on you saying the same. Sure. Great, you're a cool guy. Thanks. Oh? Do you want to ride a cart? Yeah! I want to ride my cart, I want to ride my cart. So quiet. Be so quiet. Oh. Oh. Ah! Oh, I get it. Ah! This is a clever mechanic. I like this. It kind of forces you to go all over the board and not just stick to one side. I want to get to the end of the tunnel. That looks like a mouth. Ah! Ah! I got through. I win. I win. I'm a wiener. I'm a weenie wiener. What's in the mailbox? Address: secret entrance to the cursed castle. Mailbox property of Irvin. Irvin or Irvine. Someone's rocking that bass. Where do I want to go first? I'm gonna go down first. Oh. This is the exit. Hi. Purple Mage, this castle has a consciousness. Sometimes I hear it whisper. You're trying to find your arm? But it's also helping me. I see. That is kind of you. Maybe you're a kind person. You have a quest and you want to finish it. Everyone needs a purpose, and yours is an understandable one. Sometimes, in a pursuit of the end, one might lose humanity. Make sure you don't lose yours. Okay. I can feel you running through my veins. Oh no, it's you. Oh, it's you again. What the hell are you on? Go be annoying somewhere else. I'm busy, can't you tell? I'm busy trying to find a hidden wall. I know it's located somewhere in this castle. It will take me to the Mirror of Truth. If I find it, I think it could help me. Now scram! Okay, that's all he says. I'll scram. Come on, don't worry, I'll scram. I'll scram cram. The pathway to the maze has been destroyed. It's to keep the maze monster from coming here and causing havoc. But also work as a save point. What do you want to do? I want to save. All done, good luck. A painting of a gnome silhouette with rainbow outlines. A painting of a lightning storm with a human-shaped creature in the middle. And we have a painting of a city in the night. A broken painting, ripped in half. Seems to be a painting of a firestorm and lots of suffering. A painting of a grey wizard hat. The door is locked. No shit. Oh, it's you! The key to the locked door is somewhere in the maze, and I see you down there. Melty face. Maybe it was for the best. Why can't anyone hear me? I hear you. No, don't poof out of existence. Come back. Damn it. Damn it. Hi, ho, ha. Fancy seeing you here in such a spooky place. I am known as Freddy here. I've heard that this castle has a heart and a soul. I wonder what that really means. Maybe the secret rooms. Secret rooms. Secret rooms. Do I have to check every wall? Is that it? Every wall. Slimeco. Flan, welcome to Slime Brothers playing service. My name is Flan and my brother's name is Buck. Buck, that's me. We provide a plank renting service. What kind of plank are you looking for? A very long plank. Wow! You know, very long planks are hard to handle. But they come with a price. Are you sure? Yeah, alright matey. Actually, for you to rent a very long plank, you also need... Shoot, I forgot. Hey, Muck. Yeah? Yes, suddenly goofy voice. What do you... Because these guys look goofy. What do you need to rent the very long plank? You mean the diploma of certification for handling very long planks? Right. You have a certificate for handling very long planks? Yes. Hey, stop pulling my leg. You don't have a certificate. You're a funny guy. Of course you want one. Don't worry, it's on the house. Hey, Muck, what is it, Flan? This Woodface wants the diploma of certification for handling very long planks. Oh, really? Get ready, matey. Oh. Battle time. Battle time. This is how I get my diploma. They really know how to play the plank. Oh. I like these slimy fellas. Ah! Owie! Ow. Owie, owie. No, 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 no. No, don't die. Yeah! You are worthy of the diploma of certification for handling very long planks. There, now it's up on the wall. And of course, here is your very long plank. That is a very long plank. Stuffed the very long plank in my pocket. A sturdy long wooden plank seems quite durable, but a bit of a hassle to carry. Hey, Red. If you understand me, not once. At least I tried. Let's just continue with whatever we're doing here. Oh, we're back here. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No secret door. Okay. 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 Yeah, I have a very long plank. I assume you want to get to the maze. Try to be careful. I'm scared to cross it. Is it gonna break? No, it does not break. It does not break. It does not break. Oh, hi. It's Nosferatu. I warn you, Red. The maze monster lurks here. If it finds you, try to escape. It's relentless. That was very, very creepy. I'm going in. I'm going in. Wait. I thought it was a maze. This is my room. It ain't much. Sorry. It would be nice if I had some more furniture. A game console with Super Racket inserted. Do you want to play some Super Racket with me? Hell yeah. Okay, I warn you, I'm quite good. Nope. Smega. Foreign notes. Schmega. What? Okay. Ah! I meant to do that. I totally did that on purpose. Oh! There we go. I'm cheesy. I'm cheating. Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Ow. That was loud. That was very loud. Oh, over here. This is my room. Oh, right. Well, sneezy boy. That was fun. Although that was very, very loud. Oh, this is the mace. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, I don't like you. Oh, I don't like you. Ugh. You came so quick too. Oh. It's so quick. Ah, wait, what was that button? Shit. Let's try it again. Again. I don't like you. I don't like you. Oh, button did nothing. Oh, wait. Oh, No. Try again. This guy's tough. Ow. I don't know how to interact with the button. Ow, shit. Got it. No! No! Again. Ow. How do I press the button? I want to press the button. Ow. Standing on it does not help. Jumping on it also didn't help. Oh no, does it just start over? Oh wait, no. Different. Ow. Shit. How did... It just starts over, doesn't it? Oh! Ah, I see. That thing is scary, though. I found a key. Can I go back? Oh god, it's coming from here, isn't it? Oh god, it is. Oh, I don't like it. Seriously creepy. Now, thank you for a welcoming sneeze. It calmed me down. Thank you. I've got the key. I've got the key. Da 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 da. Oh, 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 okay. Door's unlocked. Never mind, it's all good. Of course. Of course. Of course. Wait. No! I should have known there were more tricks. Wait. I did it. You picked up the handle piece of a door. I got a door piece. Who are you? Royal Stone Guard. I am Royal Guard of Castle. I guard important. Very important. I enter alone only. What? Why? Rules are rules. Rudy, rude. Would you really deny us entrance? Okay, for you two only. Oh. Crystal. Crystal, crystal. Crystal, crystal. I tried lowering the game volume a little bit in OBS. I don't know if it was necessary or not. It just the game was really loud on my end. Is that it? Maybe. Maybe I should examine it from other sides. Yeah. Can I get around it? Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh. Look at you. What gives you the right to come here and control me? I wish you would just leave. You disgust me. Oh. This wooden cage. I have not always been like this. I divided myself into pieces to protect everyone. Once you leave, I have to deal with everything. I hate you for it. I wish you would just stop. I want you to leave. I don't want to talk to you again. Achievement unlocked. Red encounter. Nice. Nice, nice. Well done, little puppet. You are one step closer to helping us all. In another time you will come back. Then you will slay the beast within and a passage will open. The end is nearing us. You are now free to leave. Am I... You better not be duping me. I was really free to leave. Come in and experience the race of your lifetime at the carnival. We're going to the car. Ooh. Slimy boy. Wow, look at them razors go. Someday I hope to win. My sibling is more into fantasy games. What's this angry looking sign doing here? Double tap direction to run. Yeah. Hey, my eyes are up here, pal. Butter. Boing. 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 Oh, you. Look at him smile. Look at him smiling. Why me? Why me? Why me? Oh. I guess he wasn't that happy after all. It's you! What is the point of learning new skills? You'll just get bored and forget all that knowledge over time. Yeah. Maintaining your driving skills, for example? What does anyone get out of that anyway? I guess when it comes down to it, I need to stop thinking about the future. Enjoy what's in front of me instead of what's ahead. I have to treat my life like I'm going through a cave full of gems and try to collect as many as I can. Because otherwise, what's the point? Hi there, Red Rider. Can you smell the gasoline? Can you feel the thrill? Are you getting pumped? Do you want to participate in the race? Hell yeah. How exciting. Let us get you a cart. Kart racing time. Welcome all racers. Tonight and all other nights. Why did I start all the way back here? Come on, that's not fair. We will race until the end of time. Oh. Oh. Ayaba. Rebel. Whee! Whoa! What's with this long ass winding turn? I'm racing. 17th place is mine. Going too fast. Oh. I don't. Lap 2. Ow. Red is climbing through the ranks. Ow. Shit. No. Victory shall be mine. I'm coming for you. Ah, shit. No. I messed up. I done goofled. Fired up. Watch out for Zig. They play dirty. Zig plays dirty. Come back here. Oh! Birdie's taking the lead. Woohoo! First try, first try. No. All my time spent playing racing games finally paid off. Heck yeah. I'm a wiener. I'm a wiener. Here's your trophy. You picked up a trophy. A big metal cup with the number 1 written on the front. Woo! A small creature with a blue hat who has lost its leg. Alright, I forgot why I'm reading this over again. I hope he's let's talk to you. You don't have to show off your trophy. I know you got it. I was there. Sorry. Hey, Cassius. Hi, ho, welcome. I am Cassius. Come and run my humble obstacle course. It ain't much, but it's something. I will reward you with something yummy. If you beat the universal record. Wait, yummy. Can I feed it to the, stone protector? You wanna run the obstacle course? Yeah. Exciting! Make sure to stretch. Get ready. Congratulations! You beat the record. Receive your reward inside of the course. Hi-ho, well done. You will be rewarded with a homemade, delicious cake. I thought the cake was a lie, but I'll gladly accept it. Not sure if you're capable of digestion since you're made of wood, but maybe you can give it to a friend. A friend. You picked up a cake. Oh, bubbles? Bubble. Only VIP allowed. Oh, no need to eat. I know, you taste. Me Vip. I'm Vip. Oh. Nosferatu, hello Red. I sometimes come here to relax. You just let my mind wander a bit and forget about it all. Bless you. Sorry. Come on. There goes my favorite part. Wow, that was cool. Yeah, it was really cool. I agree. Great that I got to share that with you, stranger. Is there more to see already? Love. Was that it? No. Oh well. Hope you had a good time, fellas. Wait. Is this not the door we came in from. Honey. Ew, that was quite a fall. I have been tricked. Oh. Oh. We picked up a shiny gem. Gemmin. Gemma. The door is locked. Oh, this smug looking tree. Oh. What's that? You found my eye. Please give it to me. Yes. I am finally restored. Oh ho ho ho. I can't believe you of all people saved me. What's that supposed to mean? Are you here as well, little red nose? Aiding the enemy? What? The enemy? The enemy is Goldman. Because... Oh ho ho! Ha 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 ha! I might have been lost in the woods for ages, but you are the one who is truly lost. Well, anyway, I am not without honor. You have helped me, so I am in your debt. Now that my vision is restored, I can use my magic. You seem to be losing an arm. Maybe I can help by removing this giant boulder in your way. Should we teleport it away? Destroy it? Why not? Transform it! Oh, wow, delightful. I like this dude. I like this guy. I like it. I like it, this guy a lot. That may transform the giant rock into a clay pot. I will now consider the debt repaid. I am still thankful for you bringing me my iron. I will remember that. You found a clay pot. Thank you for the clay pot. Hey, hold on. Now that the debt has been repaid. Oh no. You're still the enemy. Seeing you in such a weakened state, it would be unfortunate if I didn't exploit the situation. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I like his design. Ah! Ow. I meant to do that. Tilted, moving sideways is faster than jumping. Yeah, I realized. Ow. Bing. Okay. Okay, Zard. You take care. And thank you. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. My brain is still fried. Anyway, take care, you. But you know, I don't really care about any of them. Oh no, the Green Mage doesn't care. I just want to have a good time. Thanks to you, now I can. I won't forget that you helped me. I won't bother you anymore. Have fun in the mushroom forest. I have endured enough here without going insane. That reminds me, I'm extremely late to an appointment. See you around. Bye, Green Mage. Are we in the mushroom forest? There was something about this place, but I can't remember. Is this actually a mushroom forest? It's not much in terms of mushrooms. There's no mushy. A wabbit. A wibby wabby wabbit. Come here, wabbit. Come, wabbit. Play with me, wabbit. Boing. Mushroom. Oh! Big hat mushroom. Gosh darn, you found me. It's hard hiding with such a big, fancy hat. You still have 7 to find. It won't be so easy. Oh. Oh. Smelly gas mushroom. Ugh! So unfair. Everyone took the good hiding places. You still have 6 to find. Okay, so they're different. Oh, what's this? I am the guardian of the mushroom forest. There will come a time when we shall talk, but it will not be tonight. Oh. Oh my god, look at their little dances. They're so cute. You must find all mushrooms to prove yourself worthy. Got it, got it. Oh, let me pass. Doing. Found ya. Brown slow mushroom. You found me! I don't consider myself so good at hiding as the others, but you still have 5 to find. There's one. Beige dancing mushroom. Ooh, hello! I guess you did find me. You still have 4 to find. Farewell. Is there one over here? Yeah. Blue curly mushroom. Wow! You found me. You still have 3 to find. See you around, dude. Oh, there's one. Red dead mushroom. Wow, you found me. I knew I should have chosen a better hiding spot. You still have 2 to find. See you. Okay, no one else here. Boing, boing. Let's see. Lamppost. Save point. Hello there, little red one. Do you want to save? Yeah. I have saved. You spend too much time in a mushroom forest, you might change. Oh. What's that supposed to mean? Wow, you found me. Teal wizard mushroom. I think I should reevaluate my invisibility spell. You still have 1 to find. See you. Is it up here? Yeah. White rock mushroom. I guess you found me. You found us all. We will be waiting in the secret gate far to the west. What it? Blap. Oops. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. What's that? Boing, boing. Is this it? There we are. Party! Hey, you found us all. Go talk to the Divine Mushroom. The Divine Mushroom? Is that this thing? Forest Spirit, I am the guardian of the Mushroom Forest. I will open a passage for you. Let me tell you that this is entirely optional. You're not forced to be here. This is only for those seeking answers. There will come a time when we shall talk, but it will not be tonight. Are you the Divine Mushroom? Or are you a snake? Brown Slim Mushroom, welcome to my domain. For your efforts in indulging my kin, for giving them some joy, I cannot offer you much. But I can give you a tribute in the form of an experience. This will be a challenge unlike any other. But are you willing to risk your soul? I lost that a long time ago. I'm neither glad nor sad. I just hope you find peace in your endeavors. Take a few steps back. Good. Now let this happen. Things might get strange. Is it fighty time? Fighty. Oh my god, its eyes are glowing. It's time to get weird. Oh no. Of course we're gonna be tripping balls. Oh! I'm tripping again. Ow. Oh. Ah. Oh my god, no, not the gnomes. Hello, human. I don't want to get gnomed. Can you see us? What? Why are you here? Alright, back to normal. No, never mind, we're not back to normal. Little jibba. Jibba, you're hurting. I am. Oh. Please quit. I don't think I will quit. I'm enjoying this game. Ow. I'm getting hurt. Ow! I moved too early. Oh my god. Gotcha. Yep. Gotta enter the gamer zone. Gotta concentrate. Oh, it's so disorienting because of all the things going on the screen. Ah. What just happened? It seems that you're back. Did you know what you were getting yourself into? You don't have to keep coming back. We're always watching. I hope you're enjoying yourself. That you have something to do. Being it is not always easy. Have you come to hear an absolute truth? Yeah, I guess. There is a risk you might change upon hearing it. Sometimes not for the better. Are you sure you want to hear an absolute truth? Yes. There are several absolute truths. One of them is, you are me and I am you. Even the ones you hate and love, remain true to yourself. Your thoughts were never yours anyway. Take this truth. It is now in your hands to truly interpret. It's humorous how you wanted to experience this life. We told you many times to not go through with this. You thought it would be fun, and here you are. We look forward to sitting, talking, and laughing about all this when you return. You must go forward. Achievement, second absolute truth. We will let you return to your world. We hope you find what you're looking for. You must now leave. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the experience. You strike me as an adventurous sort. Take this precious gemstone. It might be useful someday. But maybe not this day. Ruby! Ah, you found us all. You'll talk to the divine mushroom. Already dead. Hello there, little red one. You want to save? Yeah. Good. Don't run around too much here. Ah. You're a fast guy, Red. I'm confident you can run across that lake far to the wait. Oh, I'm just supposed to sprint over it? Ah! Ah. You really stepped into something bad now. Yeah, I did. I did. Oh no. Is that a kobold? Nya, nya, nya. I have finally caught the wooden pestilence. I'll make sure it won't be able to escape. With my defibrillatory stun gun. It will hurt a bit. Ah. It will take months before we can use that stun gun again. We'd better make the best out of this opportunity. Grundle! Go pick it up and bring it to the lair now, Grundle! Hurry up, you doofus! Wow, watch the finish. Watch the wood finish. Ah. Where I be? Where I be? Oi, you split me into pieces. What happened? Never mind. I can't talk anyway. Pick me up and let's get out of here. I don't even want to talk about the things I have seen here. You can save your progress here. You want to save? Yes I do. I want to save. Good luck, getting out of here. Grundle, get out of our way. Step away and prepare for trouble. I'll make it double. Oh, you're a big one. Oh. 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 Did it. This guy's a dancing machine. Oh god. Oh god. What'd you get? Can't outdance the woodman. Ugh. What's this? A strange-looking machine. You have awakened just in time. My masterpiece is about to be unleashed. I have constructed an artificial replication of an ancient creature. Its raw energy makes it so powerful that it can only exist for a limited time. It's the only chance to bring you down and establish peace once and for all. Prepare to face your doom, Red Mage. Wait, Red Mage? I'm Red Mage? Or was my doom Red Mage? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what that is, but it's cool. Oh my god. That. What? How could you defeat my masterpiece so swiftly? It didn't even stand a chance. You are even more powerful than I imagined. There must be another way. We will meet again, Red Marauder. The door is shut tight. I guess I'm going south. What's all this then? Oh. Who be you? Harold Haley. They are everywhere. What do they want? Leave me be. I don't want to. Make it stop. 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 Oh. How long must I endure? How long has it been? Oh. Who said that? Who's there? Stop laughing at me. It hurts. I just wanted to stop. It hurts. See, press stop. Just stop, but it hurts. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. Poor thing. It never ends. Why won't it end? Must it suffer forever? It never ends. Damn Mage. Why does it torture me? I want to leave, but I don't know where to go. I'm useless. They're everywhere. What do they want? Leave me be, leave me be. I don't want to. Make it stop, make it stop, make it stop. Okay, now it starts over. Turn off our TV. What's over here then? Is there anything? Anything at all? Nothing? Nada, nada. I'm sorry if you can hear the banging. I'm really sorry. What is this? I see you there, doctor, professor.
All the circumstances are optimal. I have analyzed the triggering factors of what is considered a battle using quantum theory to artificially create a battle that is not considered a battle. You can't resort to your dirty tricks, Red Mage. This will be the end of you.
Oh. Hell no, bullet hell stuff. Like, I'm not good at this stuff. Go lower the volume of the game a little bit. There we go. At least for you guys. It's pretty loud on my end. Oh, what the? What the crap? Ah. Oh.
Nani?
Ow, ow, ow. Oh. Is it about to black out? Ow. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. Did I do it?
Remarkable. My efforts have proven futile once again. Is there nothing that can stop you? I hope you find it in your heart to forgive my actions. I just want to find a solution. This won't be the last time we meet, Red Mage.
I guess he's gone. I guess he's gone again. Oh, that's door piece, door piece, door piece. I want the door piece. He picked up a big piece of a door. Okay, so I just need one or two more pieces then. I take it. Because that was a rather large piece. Alright, I haven't asked my old buddy.
Haven't you got enough of this Berkey place, Red?
Oh. What's going on? Oh.
Meanwhile, Professor Orange has sent a message. They have failed to annihilate the doll. Good thing we moved back to my hideout. That doll cannot get its arm back. It's the crown jewel of my collection. Orange mentioned something else. The doll picked up the blue door piece in Orange's lab before it left. What? Also, the doll has gained a piece from the cursed castle. But the doll has still not gained a third piece. Wait, my emerald amulet is telling me the doll can hear us. It's using some sort of telepathic magic. How long has it been listening?
I can disrupt the magic if you desire, Gold Pig.
Not another word. I'll do it myself.
That'll work. Am I alive? Do I live again?
Oi, are you alright?
Huh?
You kinda zoned out there for a while.
I'm alright. This door looks like a mushroom. I hope you found something extraordinary. You can now return to your realm. And we're back. Oh, hi you.
Enjoying ourselves, are we? This is quite a strange world.
This realm is a way of cutting right to the interesting parts. Excuse me as I plug in my headset because it's about to die of battery. It's about to flatline. Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Oh, come on. There you go. Nope. Never mind. Oh, got it. I'm smart. This realm is a way of cutting right to the interesting parts. It is natural it becomes this way for immortals. I like it for what it is. I will be expecting many great things from you. You could probably hear that, couldn't you? Sorry. My kit was a little wonky. It would get harder in ways you might not be able to imagine. But I shouldn't let you worry too much. Let's... Can I insert my pieces? Yes, I can. There are pieces missing. I need one more piece. Oh. Oh. Bunny! Bunny, bunny! Bunny rabbit! Oh. Can I go this way? No. Can I unlock this? No. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Funky Realm. You find piece of craftsmanship? Want to swing by Midnight Town? The nicest place around? Yes, I do. I have a cake to feed to someone. Yo. Oh, you have food. Can I have cake? Yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum. Burp. This was bad cake. Thanks for nothing. That just happened. What's that? You picked up a hook. A hook? Wow, what is that clay pot you have? It would fit perfectly for something I had in mind. I will give you something valuable in return. Could I have the clay pot? Yeah. Just feels great. Aw. It's kinda cute, not gonna lie. You can take my old hat. Frisbee looking hat. Thank you, thank you. Thank, thank, thank. I really need a roof of my own. Hey, that circular frisbee looking thing would be perfect as a roof for my house. What would you say? If we traded my toilet paper for your hat? Alright! Finally, a roof over my head. But you won't be getting my toilet paper. You see, I need it too. Haha! Oh, I challenge you to a duel. I need that TP. Give me that TP, give me TP. Gimme, 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 gimme. I'm gonna fight a trash can. Ahoy! Trash can can play the guitar. What is this? da 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 da. Oh, it's got green hands. Who lives in there? It's got maracas as well. Oh. Aha. Oh, it's not over yet. Or is it? It is over yet. Ugh, what a bother. Fine, take the toilet paper, but I'm keeping the roof. That is a big roll of toilet paper. I know exactly who needs this. Who's out there? If anyone is out there, it's kind of an emergency. Could you get me some toilet paper? I'll road with a lava lamp for your troubles. Just attach it to the hook and I will hoist it up. Attach toilet paper to the hook? Yeah. Diddle-da-da-da. Ah. Yes. Finally, I can wipe my table clean. That's not what I expected. Alright, I promise you something. A lava lamp, right? Oh no. I got bad news. I seem to have lost it. But if you bring me batteries, I promise to make something really unique and special. That's a super promise. Yeah, now you want more stuff? Oh. Oh. It's you. Looking forward to playing. It's fun pretending to be someone else. Are they playing D&D or something? It seems we're all finally here. Now, are you ready? Ready for an epic adventure? Oh, good. Let me just set the mood. Oh. Game Master Green. Let the adventure begin. Let you. Once upon a time in the land of Medallion, there was a village whose name had been forgotten. The little town was settled with happy, hard-working villagers. But beyond the lake, deep in the darkness, stood a tower so tall that it reached the clouds. The villagers could see mysterious lights and shadows moving at the top of the tower. Fearing that an evil wizard had taken hold of the tower, the townspeople hoped for a hero to save them from their presumably ill fate. Within the village was a temple that protected an ancient relic capable of withstanding evil. The sword that deflects red attacks. Ooh. I read it. Really? That's a really dumb name.
I find it quite descriptive. Guys, please don't interrupt.
During a dark, rainy night, a warrior entered a temple. Is that me? Looks like me. It is me. Oh, great warrior. Take this sword, our most valuable relic. Vanquish all the evil and save our small village. Oh, yay! Give me, give me. Receive this sword and gain its powers of deflecting red attacks. Ah! With this power, you might be able to face the evil wizard. Yeah.
Hurrah!
A goblin.
Give me all your treasures, or pay with your lives. Oh, great warrior, we are helpless. Save us from this foul bandit.
It's time to duel. Alright, time to deflect. Oh. Ah! I need to get into this. Oh god. Ah! No.
Ha! You have bested me. You have saved us, O great warrior. Hooray!
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 Now,
Make haste to the tower and defeat the evil wizard.
Our warrior had a quest. Little did the warrior know what terrible challenges were ahead.
This is like such a waste of time. We could be doing something more important, Red. Why should Red listen to someone called Thief? What?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Blue. His name changed from Blue Thief to Blue.
I'm glad you're the warrior, Red.
Oh! Oh. Save cow.
Moo, moo. Moo.
Moo moo moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Oi!
Hey there, Red. Are you on your quest to slay the evil wizard? You see, that is also my quest. That guy has terrorized these villagers too long.
I see you got the sword that deflects red attacks. I'm not relying on any steel. My weapons are my fists. Just out of curiosity, would you like to engage in unfriendly sparring? To see which of us is the strongest. Your sword versus my fists. You want a sparring battle? Ah, yeah. Alright, let's see who is truly the strongest.
I will slice you into bits.
Oh! Ah! Ah! I'm just gonna stand here. Ow. Dead. Ow, ow, ow. No. Yeah, stop. I'm dead. I'm dead. Ah, shit. Right into it. Maybe we should just try and play it safe. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ow. Ha! Gotcha. Gotcha, Mitch.
Wow, you got some impressive moves. I have no practice harder. I have to practice harder if I'm to beat the evil wizard before you.
Oh no.
Help me, Red. This game is too hard.
I'm getting attacked by squirrels. Could you help me out? Thanks a bunch. This time I will not fail. Oh. Thanks for helping me, Red. Oh. Wow, those squirrels don't give up. Would you mind helping me again? Thanks a bunch. This time I will not fail.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
This time I will not fail.
Damn it!
I'll try something else to trick those squirrels. Would you mind helping me again? Thanks a bunch.
Ah!
Please, just go. I'll figure this out somehow. No.
Okay. Oh.
Dark Knight, you dare enter my domain? I have been commanded to not let a soul pass this bridge. If you are to cross, prepare to pay with your life.
I'm in danger. Hello, Sir Knightsalot. Oh. 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 Oh, it's a parry thing. Ow. Oh. I'm scared to move off my path. I don't want to die. I don't want to get hit. Ow! No! No, 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 no. Oh god. I don't want to get hit. I don't want to get hit. No, 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 no. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. If I'm starting to believe. Let me get some goodies. There we go. Ah! Nanny. Red one, red one. Red light. Red light, red light. Ow. Yeah. Yeah. That's what you get. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, that was not easy peasy lemon squeezy. But it was easy peasy lemon squeezy, you know. Dab. I want to die now. For saying that. Oh. Rip. Rip, rip, and pepperoni. We lost a brave warrior in this day.
The warrior had proven their skills twice. Their confidence was high, which would be needed. The swamp of chaos.
Would challenge the warrior to their very core.
The swamp of chaos? Isn't the swamp level a bit cliche? What's next? The sewer level before the tower? No, it's actually the Badlands of Chaos. You don't have to change the entire level because see. No, it's fine. I was obviously kidding that there was swamp level. This is better.
Oh, what's that? Oh, these are just rocks.
Honestly, the graphics in this level are very ugly. It really looks unfinished. Well, that's what you get. Just saying, so you can make it better. Ow. Hello, fellow adventurer. I had gathered equipment specifically for the swamp. Antidote potions, camouflaged armor, and sword to cut nasty vegetation terrain. But due to the recent update of this level, I had to throw it all away. It was getting too warm in these scorching badlands. Oh well, at least I found a use for this nice hat. Sorry for rambling. Anyway, you want to save? Yes, I do. All the best luck to ya.
Oh.
Stop hitting me!
Unless you give me all your items. Flan, is that you? Oh,
Flan, is that you?
didn't see ya. This is my custom-made mech character from Gear Assault. This fantasy game is way easier with a mech. I also noticed that attacking other players gives you more loot.
This must be breaking several game rules. I'd have to check the rulebook.
Hold on. You play a good character, don't you, Red?
Uh-oh.
In that case,
Rain.
hand over all your items, or feel the wrath of Chaos 4. Oh, wait, I said Chaos 6. Chaos 6.
What happened to the other 5? Oh, that's a begging. Oh, you're a begging. Oh, everything's shaking. Oh, I actually have to parry.
Ah. This is gonna be easy. You're up. We're gonna die. Finishing blow. Time for the finishing blow. Come on. Yeah. Ah, you turned into a little blobby again.
No, this game is hard. I play a good guy, I lose. I play a bad guy, I lose.
There we go. I found a rule book. Rule about PvP combat. Oh. I guess you guys solved it already. That was really not what we were concerned about. The show must go on, little one. Oh, sorry. How am I supposed to win when I keep losing? But Muck keeps telling me failure is the progress that paves the road to success. But to me, failure just seems like failure.
Sorry, yawning.
I guess I just have to think of another way to win the game. I can't believe I was steamrolled by Flan.
I should really retire. Open an inn or become a merchant. Anything but a hero.
Poor Zig. What else do we have coming up here? Finally, at the foot of the tower, the lair of the evil wizard. Will you be able to save the village from its ill fate?
This is actually becoming quite exciting.
You can do it, Red.
I guess if anyone has a chance to win, it's you.
If you defeat the evil wizard, we win the game.
Huh. I am the cursed save point. There is a 50% chance that I'll delete your save. Lucky for you to have several save slots. Do you take your chances? Your save was deleted. Ha 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 ha. But seriously, your game was saved. Oh. Good luck. You're gonna need it. I thought it actually deleted my save. Alright, let's come on, let's go. Run. Why is this hallway so long? Ah, there we go. Oh? You have come a long way, warrior. I see that you are armed. You are not the first they have sent to assassinate me. Isn't that right, Rasta Beast? The villagers must fear what they don't understand, you see.
Don't listen to the evil wizard, Red.
Oh, shut up, Rasta. I don't have time for this, and you heroes are bothering me.
Your death will serve as an example for anyone that would even consider disturbing me.
It's time to do again. And I will kick your sorry ass.
I'm playing it safe. Alright. So many things are blocked. You think you're fighting evil?
You are so full of yourself. I am the one who hears God. Ah! Oi! You stole my cow.
No fair. I can't believe I was beaten by a wooden doll wearing a metal bucket. One day I will have my revenge.
Thank you for saving me, Red. I wouldn't have made it if it wasn't for you. Let's go back to the village and tell them the good news. The good news. Tell them the good news. Tell them the good news.
Now that the quest has come to an end, Red and Rasta Beast journeyed back to the village, silhouetted by a glorious sunset. Once returned, they were received as heroes for defeating the evil wizard. Cake! Flan opened up a bakery where they sold slimy muffins, which proved to be quite a success. Zig decided to make the tower their home, where Zig lived happily ever after, or at least for a long time. And Nosferatu.
Wait, you weren't in the game at all.
I wanted to roleplay as one of the mushrooms. Nosferatu continued the unfruitful quest of trying to learn the secrets of their past. The end. Quest complete. So, what did you guys think?
That was a good session, Green Mage.
I've played better. I enjoyed it as well, even if it was a bit hard.
I guess this is it. Actually, for your great efforts of saving the land of Medallion, Red. The last door piece. Take this tributary piece of wood as a reminder of this epic quest. Oh wow! I am sure it will come in handy. You picked up a piece of a door. Heck yeah.
Can I go down the ladder?
Hey, what are you doing?
That's strictly private. The hatch is shut tight. We can't seem to get it open.
Damn it. The land of Medallion has been saved. Alright, I should speak to the Goldie boy.
What beautiful metal thing is that?
I would love to trade it. Want to trade?
Blub, blub, blub.
Oh, wow, I look so cool. Oh no, he took the hook.
Here, take this.
This nice stick. I feel like we made a bad trade. Hi there. I feel like I'm destined to do great things in my lifetime.
Alright, I can't give him back his stick. Wait, what did this guy want? A battery? Bring me batteries, and I promise I'll give you something unique. Batteries. Can I get batteries from the clock? Oh wait, that. Yeah, I just went back around.
I'll look back around. I'm gonna go down then.
I didn't have a key for this, did I?
Door's locked. The door is locked.
See? Yeah, still don't like that lock chest still.
You seem interested in that chest. I'm sorry.
For you only, I'll tell. Only the brown mage could unlock the golden locks, so I've heard. Oh, right,
I need batteries. Brown mage, give me batteries. Give me batteries.
Go get him, Tiger. Guess I gotta go through another gate again. Like, hello. I hope you had a great time. Want to go back dancing? No. Shibosh. Nine? Oh, right. Of course. I got the door pieces. I can open the door.
The dice is broken.
Not anymore.
We fixed it.
Achievement unlocked. Carpenter. Hello, Red. Are you sure you want to enter this door? This journey is long and unforgiving. Do you still wish to enter? Yes. So be it. Oh. Interesting. Wait. It's literally just a long road, isn't it? I'll sprinty sprint. I'll speak to my blue boy. How big is this desert? You have abandoned humanity and accepted immortality. Actions speak louder than words. Before you can help others, you must help yourselves. Okay, so this thing just says all the same things. This desert is so long. If only I had a go-kart. Is that something I spy in the distance? I think I see something. Aside from the creepy music. Ow. It's getting dark. Oh. Phew! It's my buddy. Come here, friend.
Hey, Red and Blue. The night is here. Sit down and relax. We still have a long walk ahead.
I do. I've been meaning to tell you, Red. This path would only lead to more torment. You've come this far, so I guess you've made up your mind. I'm afraid this will lead to more questions than answers. I fear something horrible might happen if you continue. Anyway, much has been said. It is time to hit the hay. Sleep time. Good night. Night, night. Hey, Red.
I have a confession to make. It's a bit embarrassing. I don't remember why we are here.
What are we actually trying to achieve? I don't understand what we're doing. I feel like everyone is speaking in riddles. There is no clear indication to what's actually going on. If you really think we should continue forward, I trust you. I just hope you know what you're doing.
I just wanted to say that I trust you. Good night. ...
I'm having a great time. As good as a day can be, the road is clear. Good luck. Well, I can't sprint diagonally.
Back to sprinting.
Da 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 da. I can contemplate my life choices while I run. A long road, eh? Achievement unlocked. It's got some nice music to it, some nice tunes. Oh.
Enough, buddy. Look, pal, I tried stopping you earlier, but you ignored it. We laughed and let it slide. But now, I really got to put my foot down and tell you. Go back. And stay out. And I won't hurt you. I see. So be it. Get ready for a beating, fella. Come on, man. Why do you gotta be so stubborn? If you won't turn back, I'll be forced to take you down. I am serious. Go back. If you don't turn back, I will be forced to do it by force. If you don't turn back, I will be forced to do it by force. Alright, fine. Alright, you asked for it. I hate to do it. You're gonna be real sorry. I shall unleash my fury upon you, like the thunder of 1,000 lightning storms. He's a joke, but he's gonna be really tough, isn't he? Wait, what am I doing? Why would this work the second time? Ah, okay. Alright, hear me out. If Gold Pig asks, please just say that I fought valiantly, displayed great acts of heroism and all that jazz. And I won't waste any more of your time. You got yourself a deal, buddy-o. I want to talk to you. What do you want from me? Can't you see how angry I look? You don't look angry. You look lost. On the road again. What's that? Is that a cab? No, that's a car. Whose car could that be? A broken car. Brrr. There are some batteries next. Batteries! Wait. Am I picking up the entire 12-volt battery? Brrr. You picked up batteries. You monster. Brrr, brrr, brrr. Oh no, I killed it. I committed murder. I killed an automobile. I killed a fellow mechanical. How could I? I killed my own kin. Very loosely. My own kin, that is. Good music. Gate. Excuse me, I'm joining up a storm. A big gate stands ahead. Do you want to open the gate? Yes. Our path is clear. We can now enter. Wow, you walked the entire way to the old desert temple? Not many visitors come to these parts. It is good to have multiple saves. Who knows what might happen? You want to save? Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thank you. Look who finally stumbled in. You just won't give up. But I hate it. I must say I admire it. Chasing me to a place like this, at the edge of nowhere. Lucky for you, I have prepared a welcoming party. Purple, do what I pay you to do. Hello, Red. I cannot let you continue down this path. Leave now, or I will kill you. Nah, I made up my mind. It seems that you didn't understand what I meant when I told you to leave. You'll regret disobeying my command. Oh. Zob. I feel pain. I have resurrected you from the dead. You are to follow my orders until I'm sorry. What is it you ask? I want you to disable the red one. I had something funny caught in my throat. Alright, well, let's get down to business. You want to pass, Dolly? That ain't happening, amigo. You heard what the mage said. I will mess you up real bad.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Fight me, Zombo. Or Zob. Got so used to parrying that I forgot what to do. Seriously though, the music in this game really bops. I really like it. Oh, that's new. Ah! Ow. I won. I win.
You're no joke. It's impossible, Purple. I can't do it. Yes, I see. I did not expect you to be victorious.
Oh.
I can't believe I was being used like that. This isn't the first time Purple put me in a rotting corpse. Could at least have been for something important. Bah, these mages think they rule the world.
Where am I going? Wait, what's this up here? Oh. I know your secret now. The tactic that lets you win. I found your... I am Rob, former world champion. Raised from the dead. About to fulfill my deed with my bro, Rob. But where is that guy anyway?
Ah, your green zombie friend. They're down the hall.
Ah, snap! That slacker knows we got a job to do. Whoa, wait! Hold on there, I recognize... Oh, you're the one that summoned me.
Oh, I see. You're part of the binding contract. Since I have summoned 2 entities.
Sure seems like it, boss.
That Rob sure is loud.
What do you want me to do, boss?
Well, since you're here,
Yeah, boss.
if you defeat it, I will release you from your binding.
Okay, boss. It will be a piece of cake. Hey, red fella, you're going down.
Oh, no. I'm gonna fight Mr. Loud Pants here. Is his music gonna be as loud? Oh my god. He's using his head as a basketball.
Check this out.
Haha, I pressed. Yeah, I am, because you got some sick beats.
Get a load of this.
Oh,
Ah, you still up? Wow-wee.
okay.
You play good. Phew. Not sure I could take them down, boss.
I didn't expect you to either. Nothing has changed, Red.
Oh,
Hey, it's me again. Thought I would make things easier for you. It's good to have multiple saves, who knows what might happen. You want to save? Yeah. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Let's see, what's down behind the door?
dun 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 ba da ba dum. Ah,
I just needed something to drink. Wait, oh, right, what's this?
It has been a long time since we arrived in what's called Everhood. So many years have passed that I've almost forgotten some of us were once humans. So I thought I would write our history before time fade away our memories. A long time before we found the rift that would enable us to transport to this realm of the immortals, when we were a society of millions and a small selection of us had the privilege to belong to the Institute, we had many debates on how to share this gift, this newfound miracle. Should we open it for everyone, or should only a few be allowed to visit such a place? We decided it had been far too long that we had kept this gift to ourselves. In the end, we determined we should allow everyone to meet the entities. The masses were elated. A great majority decided to become immortals, while only a few would remain as mortals such as the old. The sick and unfortunate ones with reasons of their own. You could experience the most euphoric moments of your life, then completely forget they had ever happened, over and over again. I still have fond memories of using the earthquake machine during my dance-off battles with Pink Mage. They were one of a kind and I truly missed them. Brown Mage. Ah, Brown Mage. You're pretty fierce for such a small guy. I can't imagine they'll beat you anytime soon. Unfortunately, that's not so fine for me. I need to film my contract in the PQ. I can be ghosts again and hang out with my buddies. You're just prancing around in the same spot. I am surprised you even got this far. The dead may not be able to stop you. The living seem unable to as well. But I will not let you continue. I will end your journey. It's time to battle a pink mage. It's time to do. Dun 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 dun. Wait, what? Oh, it's causing some sort of blast? What if I had yelled? That's the same thing. Oh, oh. Is it, wait, is it a rewind thing? Sorry. Oh, yep, yeah, it definitely is. Ah! Ah, shit! Ah, shit! That. Ah! Shibby. I will beat you, Pink Mage. You're... You're over. It's over, Pink Mage. It's over. I won't be able to stop you. Understand that I did what I had to do. Let your choices be merciful. What's this? Oh. Oh, it's you again. It says you're,
It seems you are unbeatable after all. I assume you now feel entitled to have your arm. I won't let you take what is mine. You're going to have to take it from my cold, dead hands. I will end you.
Oh no, I have to fight the big bad boss now, huh? Yeah, you're even uglier up close. Got some good music going on now. I like it. I like it. I'm a fan of rock. I like rock. Let's rock out. You got a guitar I could borrow? Not that I know how to play it.
I will stomp your little face.
Ah, no, please don't. Ah, do not stumpy, miss. Don't stump me.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight.
Oh.
Let my enemies suffer.
You're cheating. You're using your stones to fight for you. Dun, 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 dun. Ow! Ah! Ow! Bam, bam, bam. It's me! Oh wait, no, that's not me. Wait, is it me? Why? What is making you come back? I am powerless to do anything.
Why won't you die? Stand still and die.
I don't wanna. I have too much to live for. Okay, that's a lie. Damn. Damn.
I refuse to lose. I guess someone like you. Take this.
Ow. I don't like your groove. Okay, that just sounded like Ice Baby. Aw, you're tired, mister? You tired, little piggy? I mean...
Typical of you to just dodge my attacks.
Why do you keep challenging Red when you know you always lose, Fit Gold Pig?
What? What do you mean?
Don't tell me you've forgotten.
It seems you don't remember Red's other side, Blue.
Always being a pawn in someone else's scheme, little gnome. The doll has been using you all along to get its arm back.
What? But I didn't know.
Didn't know or forgot. You scatterbrained twerp. I noticed you kept forgetting things.
It was just a matter of time before you turned completely useless. That's why I took your legs. My legs? You stole my legs? Ho ho ho! You stole Blue's legs? You let your greed control your actions again, Gold Pig? Why would you even take Blue's legs? I thought they might be useful as toothpicks.
You give me my toothpicks back. Or I mean, my legs. Give me back my legs.
You should return the legs to Blue. Blue is weak. They don't deserve to have anything.
Get back the legs, you hoarder.
Ugh. Fine. Boing, boing.
I can finally walk again. I guess I don't need your help anymore. Thank you for helping me, Red. Now, where is Red's arm? I think you better spill the beans, Gold Pig. These guys don't give up.
That's what you want, right? Your precious little arm.
It is no use to try and hide it any longer.
I keep it in the treasury. Go and get it and then buzz off. I won't beg you for anything. Just took your arm because the mage said I could keep it. Now go away, I don't want to see you.
You have fought and proven others. You deserve your reward. That is the only thing I will say. Another save points. I want to save. Look at them all. Wait, am I done? There's things I haven't done yet. Do I want to go through? I hope I can go back. It's my arm. Oh. Yeah? Oh. Achievement unlocked, the end. Oh, I guess I'm done. I guess that was it. I kind of wish I went. I kind of wish I did. I kind of wish I went for some of these secrets, like the locked doors and stuff. I don't know how I got the. Wait, it's not the end, is it? It's not the end. Is it? I don't know what to believe. It's not the end, right? It seems as if the doll has finally found its arm. Can't be the end. Can't be the end. Can't be. Now that you have seen what remains of this world, it's only just beginning, I hope? The ones in this world are trapped here in this realm. They have lived for many, 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 many eons. Searching for a release, for a purpose, for a meaning for far too long. I must ask of you a huge favor. Help free us from this eternal wandering. You must find extraordinary courage and determination, as this will be an immense challenge to end this world. I will show you how to free souls with your arm. It's not done. It's not done, is it? Yeah. There's more to do, isn't there? I figured there had to be more. Yeah.
Listen closely now. Oh, wait, what's it? Deflect 2 notes of same energy. Oh. Of same energy. Ah! I have an arm, I have my arm. Oh. Ow. Ah! Okay, okay. Alright. Come on. Alright. Alright, okay. Defeat the frog, okay. Ah, I see. Da. Gotcha. I get it. Don't worry, I will be fine. Ah! Well done. We can now free souls. So am I like halfway done with the game or what? You did well, Red. It will be a challenging mission, but you do not stand alone. You are the key, our champion. To free us from the shackles of immortality. Seek out the spirits if you are in doubt. Alright. So I'm not done yet then. Gotcha. Got it. Honestly, I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not done. Why would I want to kill the lamp? You want to save? Yeah. Great. Good luck. Oh. Finally, you have your arm back. It has been such a long time. The mages have fled, for they know what is coming. But they don't understand why they must be killed. Killed? You must help them by ending them. If you need help finding the remaining souls, we will be in our court. Oh no. Window door. Wanna head back to the Cosmic Hub? Yeah, I guess. Oh, this game gives off a totally different feeling now. Oh, that door, it's that door, okay. See if I keep going, Red. Oh, okay, that's blocked off. Why does the sign say kill? I don't want to kill them. Interact. Sign reads, use magic 8-ball. What is your obsession with me? I'm gonna use my magic 8-ball. Forest spirit awaits you in the mushroom forest. Forest spirit. I don't have to kill them, do I? Because I really don't want to interact. What is the point of learning new skills? Okay, you're saying the same stuff as before. Gotcha. Unfortunately, card racing is closed for the time being. All the people allowed. I don't want to kill anyone. I hope I don't have to. Oh. The theater is empty. I'm getting on the tail flashbacks. Like, am I gonna regret it if I start killing everyone? The little vampire is still hanging around. Wait, was that a hint? Should I go back? I should go back and talk to the vampire, I take it. I think that's what they mean, at least. I don't know, I don't know. What do you want to do? Hi ho, you own the universal record. You want to try beating it? Win a race? No. Eee. Locked? What about this one? Let's save them. I want to save them. I don't want to kill anyone. I don't want to murder them. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. You want to save? Yes. Good. Don't run around too much here. Boing, boing. Over here. I am the guardian of the mushroom forest. Oh yes, here it is. The Raper of Souls. I have been looking forward to speaking with you. Have you come for my guidance or for my soul? To put it simply, life is suffering. The living fear death until it's too late. That is how the mind works. But when life does not have a time span, becoming immortal is more of a curse than a blessing. It is torture for the soul. There is nothing to do with all this. Time. After thousands of years, you become docile. You become mute. There are so few things you can do in a physical form. It is almost like a cruel joke. You must take great strides to realize what must be done. Do you understand what I want? You understand that I want to die? Good, good. Do you have what it takes to finish the quest? Oh no, I don't want to. No, no, no. I'll do it. I'll fucking do it. The weight of the world is on your shoulders. Oh no. No one shall be forced to bear such a burden, but you're the only one that can end this torture. Now, shall we battle? Okay, fine. Let's do it. I don't want to do this. I don't want to. The mushrooms love you. More red. More. You seem happy to be hurt. Oh. Oh god. No, no, no. Let's try again. Let's try again. Come on. No, 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 no. I don't want to kill you. Did it. I did it. No. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't. A true liberator. Finally. You will be received as a true champion when you reach the end. Farewell. I'm sorry. That's the point of the magic 8-ball. No. Oh, death is temporary. Life is eternal. No, no, no. I'm sorry. Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No. Can't give me the way that matters. What a twist that you would be the one who had such power. Life sure is full of surprises. So long for now. Oh no. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ah, I feel so awful. What do you want to do? Here comes the time for us all. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is a musical thing. You're supposed to dance, sing, and enjoy yourself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mushies. I'm sorry, you adorable mushies. What do you want to do? Dead or alive, for me it does not matter. I can let you kill me without a battle. Or would you prefer a fight? I want to battle. I'm gonna do it properly. Come on. Bring it. Bring it. Fight me, mush. Mush, mush. Mush, 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 mush. Mush, 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 mush. Yeah. Oh no. It's time to get weird. It's time to get weird. Oh. Come on. Hello, human. I'm not human, I'm wooden. Ah, damn it. Why are you here? To end you. Please quit. I can't. I can't. Oh god. No, 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 no. Oh god. Damn it. I forgot to pay attention. I have to start all over. I do. Ah, no. Not to sound like a dick, Mr. Mushroom, but I almost want to just end you without a fight. Damn it. Even my things. Bam. Hello, man. Why are you here? To fulfill what I came to do. I came here to kill you. I came here to kill you, fellow mushy. No. Mm. Hooray. Let's do it again. I totally didn't change the game difficulty or anything, no. I regret choosing to fight this thing. Damn it. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Da, da, da. That was fun. For a while. Oh. I got them. I got the mushy. And that was pain, so I don't feel bad. Hee hee. Let's see. Where to go? Where to go? Oh no. I can't go this way, can I? Oh, wait. There's a door. Alright, it's locked. I don't even have a key. God, I'm getting so tired. What if I killed my save point. So it opens. Is a professor in here or a doctor? Grundle, make sure to set all traps to full power. Hurry, you doofus. Oh. Oh! I just walked right into that. Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh no. Whoa. Ah! No, 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 no. I forgot to sprint. I forgot to sprint. I forgot to sprint. Oh. I meant to do that. Come on. Come, buddy. Mm-hmm. No. Da, 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 da. No. Ah. Yay. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. No. Ah, ha, ha. Why is it so easy the first time around? There we go. Oh no, there's this thing. Oh, I don't like this one. No, no. Okay, it's this one. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, ah. Yeah.
I can't believe it. How is it possible you got through all those traps? Grundle, I command you to attack that red marauder.
Oh no. More battles, more battles. I have to kill you. I have to kill you now. Sorry, buddy, I have to kill you now.
Ah.
There we go. Grundle is dead. Sorry, Grundle. But you had to go. 28 to go. Oh boy. What do you want to do? I want to talk to you first.
What are you going to do?
Yo, it seems my luck has run out. I don't blame you. I did try to eliminate you. There's no point in hiding myself from you. This inevitable death is upon me. I can't talk. And you're dead. I'm sorry, mister. What's this? Dear Orange. It started out as a minor inconvenience, as it mostly does. Through years and years and years of endless enjoyment, our physical bodies were simply not keeping up with what our minds desired. Not in a sense of sickness or pain. None of that existed, but through sheer exhaustion. Our bodies from our primordial worlds were not adapted to the freedom of our new home. This, of course, wasn't the case for every inhabitant, but as a former human, it certainly was for me. We usually found quick solutions such as potions, surgery, and artificial limbs. But our demands grew more ambitious and we continued to evolve ourselves. All in the name of making our existence as joyful as possible. Our ways became twisted. We felt the urge to play pranks on each other, throwing both friends and foes into pits of eternal hell, over and over, just to experience the days and months. In this insane indulgence, this cruel and twisted nightmare, inhabitants started to disappear altogether. I suspect they found a way to end their immortality. Brown mage. What do you want to do? I want to save. Oh, it's you. What do you want to do? They're everywhere. What did he want? Leave me be. I don't want to. Make it stop, 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 make it stop. I'm sorry. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, no, no. Oh. She smiled. She smiled. I saw a smile. Can I go back to the entrance? Yes. I don't want to go through that hellscape of a trap-ridden obstacle course again. 'Cause that thing was pure hell. Back through the door I go. Mushrooms were never truly alive. True. True, true, true. Where to next? This door's locked. I guess I have to kill everyone in here as well. Oh boy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, sign. A true rebel. If I had hands, I would clap. Sorry. I'm so sorry. The music stopped. Hey, what's with the attitude? What are you doing? Sorry, Reese. 24. Hey, no need to be so hostile. Let me just go get a thing. Sucker. Oh ho ho! Oh, you have for a brawl? Let's see what kind of wood you're made of. Oh no. It is time to duel. Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, I can't catch these. Okay. So I have to dodge it. Oh wait, no, these I can catch. Okay, the dark ones I can get. Two seconds. Let me just get rid of these bots. You bots, you stinky. There we go. Oh, you hit hard for looking like a pair of sticks. Before I go, let the world know that I, Disco Jimmy, live to the fullest. Time for me to perform my final disappearing act. Rip. Time to stamp home. Goodbye. There goes another one. There's no one in here, right? No one? There's no secrets behind the TV. But everyone here is truly gone. Everyone. Except for a robot dude. And now I changed back to love. I think I got everyone. I do think. Is there anything in here? Oh, it's just a council. What do you want to do? I bet what you heard from the forest spirit was not what you wanted to hear. Zig is relaxing in the dance club. In a bad mood as usual. You must kill everyone from this immortal world before we allow you to continue. I can give you something that will help you. Help you find the souls. Some might say the extra help isn't necessary, but I say take all the help you can get. You want help finding souls? This lantern. It will help you find souls. Ooh. Fancy lantern. If you stand still, a guide will show where the souls are. Ooh, okay. Okay. Ooh, what's this? A tree-eyed cat statue. A faded description under the statue says, "Bring me my eyes, and I will allow you to meet your maker." I got one of them. I only have one. Let's see. The one I want to go through is not that one. This one? Want to go back to dancing? Yeah. Let's go dancing. Let's go dancing. Alright, let's see. It's hello. I don't think it counts if I kill you, right? Does it? Don't save. It's dark. Can I kill you? It's my pleasure. Does it go down? It does not. I just killed the save point. Excellent. I didn't need to save anyway. Oh yeah, hello. Sorry, mister. Good music, good people. I live good. Goodbye. It's me. What do you want to do? There is no escape from you. I always wondered if I was truly conscious. I might finally get some answers. It was that. What do you want to do? Kill. You want to fight, huh? Right, tough. But I've never seen you throw any punches. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. It's time to fight, Zig. Zig. Bazinga. Bazig. Zig. Ah. Ow. Oh. Ah. How are you so fast? I'm not fast. Last time you got lucky. This time, you won't be so lucky. Sorry, boy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't feel so good. Oh no. You got Thanos snapped. Or anyone else here? No mousey on the wall or anything? Yeah. What's this? Where's the next one? That's right. Yeah. Did it. I didn't mean to go back in. Sorry, mister.
Work too much. Should have done other things.
The ATM. Do not harm that automatic terror machine, or it will harm you. Let's fight. I want to pick another fight with the totally not Flowey themed ATM. Hi. Do not damage evil property. Do not damage evil property. I said do not damage. Oh, not happy. Sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry. Over. Sorry. I'm so sorry. 19 remaining. Oh boy. Oi, bunny. Bunny rabbit. Oh, I just... This is the very start of the game. Is there anything? Ah! What am I fighting? Oh, got him. Oh. What? Why? What is this? What is this? Ow. Dun. Oh no, we're glitching. I do that. What? Oh, what do you want? Oh. There is potential. I'm scoot. Oh, scooting through space. Ah. I know, I'm getting gnomed. Ah. Ah. No. Mistakes are made. Ah. No. I am dead. Again. Nah. Everything's distorted. No. No. Oh. Ah! Oh, no. Do you have what it takes, human? What are you? Nani? I have to try again. Oh. What do you want? Oh no. I remember now. This is where we first met. Goldpig promised to make me taller if I stole your arm. But instead, this scum stole my legs. So then I will forget about how I lost my legs. Then I will forget about you, Red. I know no one can stop you. Right now, everything is so clear. But I think being in a world like this alone, not being able to remember anything, it just doesn't seem nice at all. It feels like there is something bigger going on here. Maybe like an important cause? Which is why I have something to tell you. Green Mage blocked the door to Midnight Town, but there is a hidden entrance. Green Mage told me to keep it hidden. I think Green Mage gave me this job because I would forget where it was, so it will remain hidden for everyone. I trust what you're doing, Red. Sorry, I'm glad I still remember you. Could I please tell you something? Yes, you haven't said a word during the time we've known each other. You helped me even when I had done something bad to you. Without you, I never would have made it to Gold Pig's temple. You helped Flan in that game, even though they attacked you later. You helped Green Mage get their eye back. Maybe it was all just to get your arm back, but I don't know. I think I'm ready now. No. I'm sorry. Sorry, Blue. Onwards. I won't allow you to go any further. Last time you had your arm, so many perished. If anyone else dies, I just cannot stand by and watch it happen again. Oh, now I have to fight Rasta Beast. It's going too fast for my poopy brain to keep up. My poor brain. Gotta get into it. I'm sorry, mister. I'm sorry, Rasta. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I tried my best to stop you, but it wasn't enough. Sorry. I am so sorry. Kill? There's nothing to kill. I want to kill that damn trash can. Hey, you think you're tough coming in here and making a ruckus? I'll show you a ruckus. Bring it, trash can. That was fast. Sorry, little trash boy. Oh, not even my shell could protect me from you. I waited a long time for this. These flowers smell like an old person's breath. They still smell... They smell bad. Blah. You asking for trouble? No troublemaking in my shop. Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, frog boy. Oh wait, no, you're a snake. What am I talking about? You're totally a snake. A snake with arms. Ow. Not what the... Ah, I clicked on the Windows key. I clicked the Windows button. Ah. I done goofed. There. It's been locked. I can no longer press the Windows key. Da, 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 da. Ah. 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 Trippy. But I like the music. Ah. No, 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 no. No. Da, 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 da. No, 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 don't you dare start rotating. No, 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 I don't want. Da, 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 da. Ah. There we go. Sorry, Barney. Barney has fallen. Such a shame. Oh, he's blushing. I must file for bankruptcy. Oh. Oh, no, the flowers. So sad. It's so sad. Wait, I have the batteries for the brown mage. Yes. Ah, yes. Finally, I can power my toilet away a lot. Oh, right, I promised you something. Yes, yes. A lava lamp, right? Oh, no. I seem to have lost it. But if you bring me up... A trampoline. No, you don't want a trampoline. That's a super promise. Wait, hold on a minute. I've already given you a super promise. Forgive me for my thoughtless requests. I shall reward you greatly for your endeavors. I will need to open up the secret entrance to my keep. Okay. Please be very discreet. The secret entrance is located south of the pool of water, on a pile of rocks on the door. I have unlocked it for you. Thank you. The sign says turn on colorblind mode in settings. I think I prefer it on, especially in battles. What's this? Crocodile. Please help me. I have been paralyzed for ages. The brown mage won't let me go. I'll put you. Thank you. Dear brown mage, you never want to do anything lately. You just sit in your little hole and eat and eat and eat. There isn't really anyone on my level. And I am bored out of my mind. I might give the mushrooms a visit. And yes, I will be taking the ruby with me. Green mage. Hey, what did you do to my crocodile? I thought you were a friend. Why are you acting so hostile? What do you want? Wait. Oh no. I've been tricked. It's you. It seems my time has come. Sorry. Sorry. There goes another one. A well-maintained porcelain toilet. Looks expensive. Look at these pictures. Time is only temporary. There's nothing to kill. Uh-oh. Oh, there's no one here. Wait. The hatch is shut tight. Do you want to open it with your arm? Yes. Yes. I want to climb down. Hey there, Red. I'm a bit surprised that you broke into my cellar. But I guess I shouldn't be. Now, what is it that you want? Yo. So this is it? This is where it ends? After spending an eternity in Mushroom Forest? How anticlimactic. Very much so. Very much so. Wait, stop. You're serious? Hear me out. If you want a true clash of life and death, we'll have to spice it up. Come into my playroom. Oh. A straw doll with a grey wizard hat. Hi there, buddy. Do you want to save? Great. Good luck. The main reason why I gave your ruby to you is to have them separated. Together, they are too powerful in the wrong hands. The emerald is locked inside an indestructible chest stored with an acquaintance of mine. For your own sake, I won't tell you where the aquamarine is located. Take good care of yourself, Green. Brown Mage. What do you want? How very exciting. I must be honest, I haven't felt this alive in a long time. It will be the greatest duel ever. Give me your best, Red. Was this just his way of healing back up? Oh. Ho ho ho. Now, let's wrap it up a bit. Oh no. A lot of this. Oh. Oh god. We're getting all matters of shaky shakes. Ah. Sorry, Green Mage. You were truly my favorite mage. You really were. You put on quite a show, Red. It was not the best, but it will do. It will do. I'm so sorry. What's over here then? More corridors. Is this how long he's been here, or am I trapped? I'm just gonna keep running. Just in case. There's nothing here, is it? There's nothing here, is there? Okay, I'm going back. Oh no, I have to run all the way back too. Uh, Ha! Now I have a feeling that there might have been something at the end, but I can't be bothered to go all the way back. Because I've already almost ran all the way back to where I started from. We're back out! We're back out! Oh no, I have to kill the goldfish, don't I? Sorry, goldy fishy. Hey, what are you doing? What? Sorry. 11 to go. So where do I go next? Ouch! Thank you for removing that block. Okay, that's the door that I came to. We're liberating the people, although it hurts. Where should I go next? This... Oh, in here? Really? Is there something here I haven't gotten yet? Apparently. Wait, what? There's nothing I can go through there. Oh, wait. Alright. The bunny! Bunny wabbit! Wabbit! Up or down? Down. Oh? Alright. Oh no, I don't know. I don't want to kill King Lost. No, no, again, Knight Lost a lot. He tried to stop you. You walking all over me and not showing any sympathy. It hurt my feelings, hurt my finances. But right now, my friend, I understand that you're here on some sort of killing spree. We can't just let that slide, you know? Oh, is he actually gonna fight me this time? Is he gonna be like god powerful? Is he gonna be godlike? Oh. Ah, damn it. I'm sorry, Knight lost a lot. Please, can you just stop? No, I'm sorry, I can't. Oh, God. Ah! Sorry. I'm sorry. I had no choice. I have to. For the greater good. Hey, you sure are a tough guy, you little red twerp. Sorry, lost a lot. Gah. Want to ride a cart? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Oh, there's a ghost in here. Ow! You really are a piece of work. Who said that a vapor entity can't haunt? I'm sorry. You look like a cool ghost and all. Shall we? I guess my day's end here. Speed is key. No. There we are. Oh. You ain't going nowhere. You won't stand a chance against the two of us. Let's get him, Zop. We're going down, Dolly. Yeah, you missed these two. These two freaks. Oh wait, I'm fighting both of them at the same time? Oh no, that's gonna be like twice as hard, isn't it? Oh, I see. Oh. I died. I died. I forgot to keep track of my health. Oopsie poopsie. No. I'm sorry, you two. It's for the greater good. Trust in me. Believe in the me who believes in you. Much appreciated. Seven to go. Oh no. I'm sorry, guys. Someone should teach you a thing or two about bad behavior. You think that qualifies us to help? Look, you're doing right, Flan. We won't go easy on you, kid. Oh no. Oh, he's angry. Oh no. Die, die, die. Oh no, Flam. I'm sorry. Sorry, mister. You're 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 an interesting blob. You horrible creature. I hate you. No. 5 to go. With also demonstrated proficiency in wicked dance moves and an impeccable personal style. Displayed in a medium of groovy beats. Me, the Slime Brothers playing service, or we, present with this diploma evidence that they have fulfilled all necessary requirements and is given with confidence that the individual is equipped by grace of Slime Brothers playing service to meet their challenges in life as a strong, willful, and plank possessing individual. I like those slimes, I'm sorry. That's not where I want to go yet. Where is it? Actually, I probably have to... Oh no, I have to beat this mace thing, don't I? Nosferatu! Or would you like to die? Oi! God, I don't like that sound. It's so fucking creepy. You know what? I don't like that thing. I really don't like that thing. Oh, let's get it over with. Fight me. You creepy son of a bitch. Is there a pause function? There is. Give me a second. There we go. Ah, oh shit. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, I'm not gonna bounce out of here. What a... Oh, what a screech. I don't like that. I don't like you. I failed extra gold pig. Zoe. 3 to go. Pink mage. Wait, no? Bubblegum Spirit. Hello, Red. Keep following the mechanic gains and you will arrive at Bubblegum Land. Oh ho ho, you sure pack a punch. Sorry. Bubblegum Land. Sorry for being so quiet. Bunny! Bunny, 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 bunny. Come here, bunny. Oh no, I won't hurt you. Alright, hope I don't have to. Oh, what would make me sad? Da, 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 da. Where are you taking me? Wait. Huh? What? What? Da, 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 da. Does that have something to do with the music? I'm genuinely lost. am I doing? Now I'm back here. Uh, Alright. I'll go backwards. Ah! So, you found my backup secret hideout. Now that you found me, what are you gonna do? You gonna finish me off because I took your arm? Or are you gonna stroll out where you came from? I'm gonna... I'll gladly kill Mr. Piggy Boy. It would be my pleasure. I'll stomp your little face. Let my enemy suffer. Take a boy down. That means there's one to go. You annoying wooden doll. You have bested me. I wish thousands of millions years of torment upon you, you piece of... Oh. By now, you should have come across the powers you wield. Only you can erase the inhabitants of this realm. That's why you, as a human, have a gift. You get to experience the world within all its dualities, unfairness and chaos. With an expiration date that someday this will all end. It is truly the most bittersweet feature of your existence. I give you only my words of advice. We're doing this for a cause that is good. Do what you think is right. If you do not agree, then who is to stop a god of death? Much has been said. We must go on. Oh my. now I have to go back, right? Right. Is there anything else around these parts? No. Doesn't seem like it. Blap, 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 blap. Alright, Nosferatu's. Nosferatu's bedroom. How many did it say I have left? Was it two? One or two? 2 souls are left. Let me save. I want to save. Oh, no, no. No, no, no. I wanna save. Nothing. Plank has already been placed, so you should be able to cross now. I'll kick it down if I see the maze monster crawling up there. But so far I haven't seen it try to get across. Whoops. Forgot about that. Do you want to stop killing? I admire your determination. But I can't stand the choices you're making. One of our quests must end now. Wait, am I hiding the pointer? Finding the cursor. Okay then. Da, 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 da. Nani? It is dead. I am so sorry. Wait. That was the right entrance, right? Yeah. What's this? I am free again, thanks to you. Purple Mage is in the room with the Mirror of Truth. We trust you need to finish the deed. Wait, so how many? 2 souls are left still. Who's the second one? For many years I have been told that this mirror tells you the truth. I've spent many nights thinking on this. If you have any decency left, I urge you to leave. Stop this act and leave. You're not a killer. Refund this game if you can. Just leave us alone. No. So you come here to kill me. Maybe this was meant to be. Although, I wouldn't give up my life easily. Let's do it, Purper. Oh, alright. Oh, sorry, Purple Mage. You're truly the best of the mages. Well, second best. Green Mage was the best. This is how it ends. You fought well. I never stood a chance. There's one to go. Go to the court of the lost spirits. Am I the last spirit? Or am I the last one? The last soul that needs to die? Is that how it is? Oh boy, oh boy. Blue one, blue one. Blue die. Everyone is dead except one. Oh. It is time for you to come out. Everyone is dead. Achievement unlocked. Hello, human. Or should I say, hello, Red. You have done well. It is time to go back home now. Close all the doors, permanently. Alright, time to close all the doors. We're staying persistent in happiness. Oh no, I'm closing all the good doors. Now it is time to say goodbye. Finally, peace at last. Until we meet again, in another plane of existence. It's been awesome, buddy. Next stop, the waiting room. You are doing the right thing. Well done. This world has lived for a long time. You have done a tremendous task. You could have quit anytime you wanted, but you pushed through, even when it got difficult. This is a great feat that only few could accomplish. Use this determination wisely. Now, only one remains. As long as the last star shines, we can't depart from this world. Can I recognize any of these? One of them just looks like a troll face. We shall grant you power to kill our son. Son? Final battle has begun. We must hurry. The last star needs to die for us to continue. Power! Unlimited power! Whee! We have to... Wait, no, I don't want to kill the bunny rabbit, though. I don't want to kill the bunny rabbit. Okay, I can. Sorry for my sorry for being so silent. I'm just trying to focus. Yeah. I killed the sun. I destroyed the sun. The sun has been annihilated. And that is how I destroy the world. Mm-hmm. Oh. And now there's nothing left. Oh. Nani? Oh. Look at that awesome looking door. Oh! I'm flying! Flying through the sky. Oh my god! Ah, I did not expect that. Oh god. Oh god, okay, so there's no reason for me to actually fight anything now. Oh wait, yeah, there is. Wait, no. There you go. It has been quite a ride. Yeah, it has. Dun 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 dun. All these lies that you ended, but it does not matter. You murdered a population of weird creatures and a killer ATM. All this was for you. There will be reconciliation for those who are wrong. Oh, that reconciliation is at hand. Oh, I knew it. Why did you take my life? I was happy. I really was happy. I was happy. I don't know if I was happy. But you didn't say. I was gonna die. Oh god. Oh no. Seriously, this game is so freaking great. And I highly, highly recommend it. It's so good. It's creepy at times, but it's so good. The music parts make it worth it. You thought you got away? Oh no, it's you. With no physical constraints. We have the upper hand now. Oh no. Ah! We were kings! You were one of us! Why do you force us to do this? You are a monster. Who made you to judge? We will crush you. Oh god. Hi there. Ah, you wicked creature. Stop. This has gone too far. Pink? Red has been helping us. We just didn't know. But they killed us. Yes, they did. They did what I couldn't do. I thought I did the right thing by not killing. We should not fear death, as it has come to free us. Oh boy. So that was pink. I mean, they were pink, obviously, but I didn't know they were pink mage. I can't understand how you went through with this monstrous act. To be the only one with powers to kill in a world of immortals. Against their will, you took their lives. Was it my purpose to kill everyone? Was I sent here on a mission? Have I forgotten my destiny? Don't be mistaken. I have thought about this for many years. So many wanted to end their lives and didn't struggle. Even if they had asked me, I don't think I could have killed them.
What are you talking about? You were the one that killed us.
What? No, it was the doll.
That doll body was burned up in the incinerator, Pink.
But as always, the main problem was what was inside.
To cope with losing your body, you created an illusion.
What? Don't go. No. After everything, you were still the killer. No, it wasn't me. It was not me. I did not kill you all.
The plot thickens.
It was Red. Am I stuck here now? Was this all a test? I can't do this alone. Please, Red, you have to help me. I beg you, you have to help me. I cannot do this alone. Thank you. It is not the entire body, but it will have to do. Control me like you always have done. Please, guide me. Was it really all in my head? No, it couldn't have been. I know you're up there. What if You'll be my eyes. I trust in you, human. Guide me out of this hellscape. It works. I can't believe it. Sorry, I'll remain silent. As long as I trust you, you can guide me out of here. Okay, I'll remain quiet now. 0 souls are left. Oh. Oh. What do we have here? Your journey is almost over now. Do you want to save? Great. Good luck. Thanks. What do you want to do? Hello, Pink. Hi. Knowing you accomplished what I asked of you, it makes me a very happy frog. Your biggest challenge is yet to come, so please, stay and relax until you feel ready. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay. What is behind the door? Beyond there lies the end of your journey. I don't understand. I can give you 100 different explanations for what's behind that door, but in the end, I wouldn't want to be called a liar. So you just have to find out for yourself. Okay. Home, sweet home. I can't kill the frog, right? I don't want to kill the frog, really. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, Piggy. No. I was kind of hoping for a funny, like, ha. I admire your tenacity, but you can't kill me. Bubble, hello. Hey, yo. Hey, Grimskull. I just killed a frog, and I regret it. Oh, no. I killed a frog. I killed a very nice frog. Which was, not good. I don't know. I didn't expect the game to let me. Oh no. Oh god, where am I going? Where go? Where go? Oh. Yeah, rip fancy frog dude with his guitar. Or banjo. I don't remember what it was. Where am I going? The water is getting deeper. Oh. It smells horrible. Let it happen. It's cold. It doesn't feel good. It's uncomfortable. Let it happen. No. He's alive! I think. Age will always get you, human. But some of us found a way out. But it requires immense determination. The only way out for you, Pink, is to surrender yourself. But I think you already knew that. Oh no. Do you have what it takes to save Pink? Yes. Apparently he's alive, yeah. Or... yeah. He back. He back. I did. But he's back. You see things through. That is a good trait. But it is far from over. Look into the darkness. Face the abyss. Oh, he's gone. Okay, he's gone. Oh. The water's getting deeper. Let it happen. It doesn't feel good. It's uncomfortable. Let it happen. It hurts. Everything is burning inside. It's freezing cold. This is truly the end. Let it happen. But the water is so nice, though. Oh. Blub blub. It's been some time since we last saw each other. Ah. I really love the music in this game. Ah. Ah. I'll read comments in a second. I'm having a hard time looking down. Looking down. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, this is a great game. I really enjoyed it. I highly advise you to play it if you haven't. Ow. Ah. Mm. Yeah. I died. I don't know if I'm tripping or this is what I'm seeing. Yeah, it's kind of a trippy game. Can I actually attack you? Oh, I can. I can hurt you. Ah. Ah. No. Oh my god. What's going on? Ah! Ah! Oh god. We are reaching the end of time. To the Steam store! Yes, go to the Steam store. Get the game. I highly recommend it. You already finished the game, huh? Did you enjoy it? Ah! Oh no. I shouldn't get too... Oh no, I should pay attention. Ah! Ow, 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 ow. Why do I hear air horns in the background? Ow. I'm gonna just jump. I'm a jumpy little bean. I'm a pink jumpy jelly bean. Ow. You are the beginning of the end. You may be broke, but it's okay. Ah, ow. Farewell. Ah. That theme, though. Yeah. Oh, it can't end this way. Ah! Ah. Ah, no. Owie. What the... Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's the end, or we're nearing the end. And it just keeps on going. Not that I'm complaining, though. I freaking love the game. Ah. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. My tootsies! There's so much for my eyes to keep track of, and I get confused. Give me a green bar. Oh, the fabric of reality is breaking. The very world itself is destabilizing. Ow. Ah, I got you. Ah, there's so much on the screen. It's been good. Ah. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, where Cuda wants to end it sure is making it hard. Yeah, really. Why won't you just die already? Oh. It's still not over? Oh, hi there. Hi everyone. Ah! Oh yes. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. It's never over. The cube wants to die, but it doesn't want to die. Kill me, but don't kill me. Now what? It's so quiet. Bibbidi, 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 bibbidi. Where am I? Is it the end? I don't know. Am I dead now? What am I? I am a blob with a melted brain. That's what I am. Hello. Do not worry. You have done well. This is the end of this life. Before we venture forward, I have something to show you. Is it candy? That's not candy. Red, no. You're awake. You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Like that thief over there. You have freed everyone from the immortal realm. Welcome to the waiting room. This is the place of reconciliation, the place after death. And the end of this game. Is it the actual end this time? It has been an absolute joyful experience to see you go on this journey. Some have waited for you here. Yeah, they really were. I'm sorry for attacking, Pink. I thought I did the right thing. It is both exciting and a bit melancholic that we were going to leave this realm. I have lived for so long, and I feel like there is so much more for me to discover. Yeah, now they're fine. Thank you for all the good times, Pink. Thank you, Rasta Beast, for always looking out for me.
I've had theories about there being additional layers of consciousness after death. But the rationalists and materialists in me couldn't let myself truly indulge in that fantasy. In any case, I am glad there is life beyond death. I am sorry for my actions of malice against you. I was tactless. I am thankful. I was hurt. You helped me out. Professor Orange, not so nice. To me. I will be honest with you, Pink. I never expected the afterlife would look like this. It has been nice, but I do feel a bit sad. Are you sad? Yes. Glad I'm not the only one. Bye, sir, lost a lot. Or Knight lost a lot. Yee-hoo-ha. This seems like a good place for a fresh start. You can call me Fridge. No, wait. Tonby is better. When you killed me, I was like, this is where it all ends. But then it didn't. I am ready for something new. Why didn't you? Oh, I can't stay here? Well, I guess this is goodbye then. Thank you for all your encounters. We sure had a blast. You not gone. Now he gone. Wait, hey! He really isn't gone. You did well. We can finally know peace. It wouldn't have been possible without you. Haha, nothing goes past you, huh? Alright, I'm out of here. Is he actually gone this time?
This is you, Red. You've changed quite a bit. How long has it been since we saw each other? I can't tell. I know it didn't leave on good terms, but I want to let you know that I am thankful for what you did. I've had a great life with lots of friends and fun. When I was alone, I didn't have such a great time. Anyway, I'm happy you helped me, and I'm sorry for, lashing out at you. Blue goop gone. Muck, I was shocked with everything that has happened, but I'm happy with how it all turned out. I think Flan is happiest of us. Bye, Muck.
Red,
Hi, Blue.
I'm so happy to see you again. Once I died, it felt very cold and everything became dark and it got a bit scary. But after a while, that frightful feeling disappeared. And when I opened my eyes, I was here. I knew you weren't a bad guy. I did job good. Looking forward to reward. So this is it, huh? What was the point of it all? I got some thinking to do, Red. Or whoever you really are. You have done well, human. The inhabitants had been there a long time. It is great to finally see them come back. As for you, Pick, I hope you understand what needed to be done. It was a hard task, something no one should be forced to do. It is not good for this soul to be immortal. You need to come home. Yeah, so it seems.
Sign reads, You've done well. What a strange place you have brought me to. You crossed to the other realm, I see. It will be a pleasure showing you this world, Red. Unfortunately for you, human, you will not be joining us tonight. But don't worry, your time will come. I can't believe there was another world after death. I thought everything would just stop and turn black for all eternity. Or maybe an eternity has already passed. I don't even know anymore. But I'm glad it seems there is more to life than what I thought.
I knew you had it in you.
It gives me great pleasure that you were able to free the souls. We can finally venture onward and leave this place. I was worried I put too much pressure on you. What I have asked of you isn't suitable for anyone. But you had a reason for coming here, didn't you? Even as we are ending our chapter, I have a strange feeling there is more to this world. I didn't know I was an immortal, but knowing that there is more...
Well, that's you.
Sorry, it really makes me feel invigorated. Nosferatu!
I wonder where we will appear now. Well, what a strange place. Sometimes when it gets really quiet, I hear a voice. I can't decide whether it's nice or not sometimes.
I'm gonna talk to the guys down here first.
You. I've never got the chance to truly meet you for so many years. No, for so many decades I have been living in a world of terror. I was held prisoner by Professor Orange. They gave me things so I couldn't leave. I'm just happy it's all over now. But I do feel regret. Regret that I didn't take it into my own hands and free myself from Professor Orange. If I had just gathered courage, I could have... I don't know. But still, I am happy I am finally free now.
Oh, she's finally smiling.
Wow. Who could have believed that there was more to it all?
I'm so thrilled. I assumed the world would just cease to exist. Plop! And then nothing, you know? But this is truly astonishing. Bye, Green. Alright, the lamppost. Great to finally see you. I admire you for going through this. It wouldn't have felt right if there wasn't a physical reason for dying. Thank you for everything. Do you want to save your progress? It has been amazing. I feel so stupid. I thought we were already in the afterlife, but I'm happy there is another journey coming. I'm a bit sad that I've become quite accustomed to my body, but I have existed for eons. Maybe some change is good. It must have been hard for you to kill everyone, but I'm glad you took the role of Reaper. Is there more up here? Apart from King Piggy Boy. I have lost everything. The world doesn't exist. I'm not really me anymore. All of these things I used to care about, they don't matter. In a strange way, I feel relieved. Oh, wait, it. I'm getting stuck. Oh, wait, no. Am I stuck? Oh. I think... Am I stuck? Am I stuck? Help! Oh, yes! Is there no purple? Is purple not here? No purple nurple? Hello, human. Are you ready to end the game? No, but also yes, but no, but also yes. It has been a spectacle watching you. Let us say farewell. In a way, it deserves to end. I didn't get to say farewell to purple. Yay! The gang's here. Ah! Ow! My feet! There's purple. Is it? I think it's over. I think it's finally over. After saying it's over so many times, maybe it's actually over this time. Look at them all jamming out back there. Ow. Ow. Boing, 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 boing. Ow. Yeah, I never noticed. Yeah, I didn't either. But I saw purple here during this encounter, so I'm happy. At least we saw some purple. Before we close the curtains. Ow. Let's end this in a proper fashion. Owie. Is it over now? Maybe. Maybe. Nope, nope, it's not. Thanks for everything. Always there to light up your path.
I feel I can finally sleep.
Ho ho! Hee ho ha! What a ride! You were always sort of annoying. Good time! It has been a pleasure, says the door. Thank you for helping me. Oh, I can just get hit as many times as I want now? I don't have a health bar. Never. We shall venture beyond the horizon. I will never forget. Never forget eat a spaghetti. Is it over? I think it's actually over. I think. Is it? I think so. Here we are, at the end of the road. We have witnessed an eventful journey. Many words have been said. Some thoughts have been shared. Is it though? I don't actually know. Before you leave, do you wish to hear the last absolute truth? Yes. There are no absolute truths. But that in itself is an absolute truth. It's an absolute truth that there are no absolute truths. You're free to wrap your half-truths into whatever. Is it over? You can make the rest up. You still have a long time left, and some after that. Achievement unlocked. Last absolute truth. Take care of yourself. A friend. Question mark? Hmm. Come and visit us again. Never ends in Everhood. True. Okay, so it's not the end, Dad. New game plus unlocked. Adventure continues, it says. Is it over? No, it's never over. It's never over in Everhood. I don't trust the credits. Last time I got credits, it wasn't over. You thought it was. But it was me, Theo. You fool. I am indeed a fool. A foolish robot. It will never end. It's never truly over. It will never end. An ineffable tale of the inexpressible divine moments of truth. There's a button? Question mark. I'm pressing a button. Custom battles. Oh, and you have to restart, so yeah. Custom battles. A lot of goodies. Probably not gonna do any new game plus stuff yet. I mean, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. No. No. That was a good game, though. Really enjoyed that. Very good game. Very, very good game. You must do it one day. One day I will probably have to do that, yeah. One day. One day. I must. I absolutely must, There's no buts. I have to. Thank you for the follow. Have some boba. Here, have some boba. I do the big sip. Slurp. Slurp, 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 slurp. Nice. Yeah. I can't fit it in my mouth. Ah. Oops. Dot. Put it on my little robot's head. Can I do that? Yeah, if I do that. Yeah. It's small now. It's so very small. I too am small. I'm so small. Oh my god. Ah, put you over there. And where is it? There's my glasses. So, let's put these on. Oi. Do we have any other goodies? There. I'm gonna give the little robot a head pat. It's probably not in season yet, but here's some Christmas lights. Oh, look. Didn't mean to attach them to my head. Too many things, too many things. So much stuff. Oh, yeah, this is messing with the color keying. My color key is at the blue. The poor Beppis can. It's the new Crystal Beppis. Yeah, there's more. There's so much more. You like creature energy? Oh god, indeed. It's not like I like you or anything, baka. Ah. Oh. I gotta get rid of these cans. So close. Like my tail. Oh no, not the can. Fine, I'll bring back a can of I'll bring back a can of Dr. Seven. There we go. I'll put it behind chat. I killed him. Yeah, I killed him. I sacrificed him to get a Dr. Seven. How could I? I can. I can. I just can. Haha. Oh god. Oh god, indeed. Yes, again. Fine, I'll back away a little bit. There. Is that better? I'll place this on my head. There we go. Stay back. Fine. I'll stay back. Just kidding. You can never get rid of me. Ah. Peekaboo. You can kill her. Oi! Those cans had it coming. They had it coming. I swear. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba. More things, more things. Okay, fine. I'll get more things in a second. By the way, I had a model before this one, an older one that I made. I made it a while ago. Let's see, it's this one. Hi. So many. There's so many. This one only has one toggle, and that's the blush. And no tail. And boring shoes. Got some thigh squish though. Who doesn't like that? My little robot buddy also used to look a heck of a lot different. Used to look sort of something like this. Until he became what you see down in the corner of the stream. Down there. Down there. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have another outfit that I'm working on, actually. Which is kinda themed after a red panda, because they're like my all-time favorite animal. Let's see if I can get a little picture of it. Let me look for it. In the meantime, let me switch back to my main model. Let's see, what's it? There you go. How many do you have? Actually I only have these two. They're supposed to be the same character though. This is kind of a 2.0 kind of thing. I kind of want to learn. I kind of want to learn how to rig myself. It means I could do a lot more custom stuff. Because getting others to rig models for you is nice, but if you want multiple models, that's a lot of money. Because getting one model rigged costs so much money. Money that I just don't have. Let me see. Yeah. Where is the sketchy sketch? You know what? Let me actually just stream it. If I can. Okay, so if I go to game window, back to game window. Game capture. Come on. Let me choose. Grip Studio. Is this one? Is this correct? No, that's not it. Because that's completely bad. This one. No. Well, in that case, I'm just gonna do the whole display thing. There we go. That's fine. I'll just do the whole display. Oh, let me... Look at the hood. It's like far from finished though. I'm so far from finished. Thank you. Also have I redid the headband, the ears on the headband. Let me hide the back part. Where is it? Where it be? There it be. No, that's not it. Never mind. Where it be? Oh, there. There it is. And jacket. All right. I'm doing two outfits, one with the crop top and one with a jacket, because I just can't decide what I want. Where it is? There. Gotta remove that. And it's kind of a mess at the moment, so I'm looking through the folders. Where be the leg? I don't know. Where's the hood? Where's the hood? There it is. No, that's the wrong one. Sketch. Oh, there it is. Found it. There we go. I really love oversized jackets, if you couldn't tell. Like, Oh, yeah, there's the program. I'm just gonna move that over here. Oversized jackets are life. And Oh yeah, ever seen a model without the head texture? It's a thing of nightmares. Right, hello. Greetings. Yeah, oh god, indeed. This is the true can killer. Yeah. This is the actual can killer. Best be careful. They will kill your cans. It will kill all the can. It probably can. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. Put that back on my head. There we go. Alright, let's see. Go back to this window. Back to this thing. It's alive. It's alive. The can lives. Let me get more cans. Oh, there we go. Blah, 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 blah. Come on. 7 gold. Let me put that on my head. So many can. All the can. I am the can. I'm a robot, so I have to have can. I am a tin can. Want some water? Here's some water. Digi water. Oh, it's blue, so it's kinda transparent. It's kinda translucent. It's just an empty water bottle. We don't need no water over here. I'm just gonna toss it over here. There we go. Beverage. Soda cola. Oh yes, soda cola. We need soda cola. I'll attach it to the earpiece. Do I have more? Beppis. Beppis, Beppis. The crystal Beppis. There you go. I am the can. Oh my god, I just got an idea. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Where it be? I'm gonna get the bow. More. I am the can. I am can. I'll decorate with some Dr. 7. No, yeah, maybe a Dr. 7 on. The kill can, you must be can. I'll make the 7 bowl my arms. And this and the Dr. 7 will be. So then I probably have to do this. There we go. Make it roughly the same size. Why am I spending so much time on this? There you go. And now I can get my Dr. 7. For kill can, I must be can. I am can. Oh, I attached it to my tie by accident. I am can. Why am I doing this? I'm such a glorious can. Now I'm truly a tin can. Excuse me while I send a picture of this to a friend of mine. Oh, alright, there we go. There we go, I'm taking a screenie. I am can. There we go. Yes. You are can. Good luck trying to tell why. Yeah. Because yes. That's the only reason I'm going with. Because yes. I was just born to be a can. You see, I've always kind of felt like a can. I just want people to. Can master. I just want people to fill me up with all kinds of beverages. Yes. And then pop me like a soda can. Why? I am can. I think this might be a sign that I'm too tired. What did this stream turn into? It turned into a can stream. And now I want a blanket. I think Xmas blanket. Yeah, it's totally Christmas time. There we go. Nice and snug. We went from gaming to this. I call that an absolute win. I mean, after 6 hours of gaming, I'd say this is a much needed break. It's like, for me, it's like 1:49 a.m. currently. It's late. Frickin' can. Yeah. You're just jealous of my awesome my cansomeness. And now I need to sip some Some $7. Ow. Oh. Ship. I have more drakes, but not cans. I don't have any more cans. Which is I keep shrinking the Red Bull. I'm sorry, I mean the 7 Bull. Not Red Bull here, just 7 Bull. Slurp. Slurp. You have used all the can in the world. Yeah. I've unfortunately used all the cans. I got bread. Put the bread on the water bottle. Now we have bread water. You want some bread water? I'm sure it's good. And we have egg on bread. I don't want that. I don't want that. Let's lock these into place. Aha! You ever wanted to hug a can before? Now you can. I'll show myself out. I'll show myself out. Unless so many puns. All the puns. All the puns. The funny puns. So funny. In all seriousness, I'm just really tired. I could really go with a can of something right now. Which I just did. Sleepy can. I'm a very sleepy can. The sleepiest of cans. Not gonna lie, this is kind of a cute look though. I make cans work. I make cans work. I do, if I do say so myself. This is a stream I didn't know I needed. I'm glad to hear so. I'm very happy to hear so. Because you're stuck here. You're stuck here with me forever. The cans will consume you. There's no escaping the cans. Can stream. I can indeed stream can streams. Oh no. Yes. Oh yes. Yeah. What else do I have here? I got a brown couch. Now I'm scared of Ken. Don't worry. Ken is nice. There we go. Lock it in place there. There. I'm nice, Ken. I'm very friendly, Ken. You might be stuck with me forever, but I'm a friendly Ken. Can kill. Can kill, yes. Can kill. But this friendly Can. I'm friendly Can. I don't kill. Can kill. Can is fighting back. Can is indeed fighting back. But I'm a friendly Can. I won't kill, but without a reason. I'm very friendly. I'm a friendly Can. I'm a dandy Can. From when you kill. Can is fighting back from when you kill. Yes. 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 What you don't know is that I'm being controlled by said Can right now. Precisely. Please help me. Oh. You killed two Can, rip. Now they are evil. Yeah. They're fighting back. And they're fighting back with gusto. They're going all out. Soon they will take over the entire world. And this will all just be a world of Can. Which is ironic considering the aluminum can shortage. But we will persevere. We, the people of Can. Where am I going with this? They've taken over me. They have indeed taken me over. I'm still 70% myself. They've only taken over about 30% of me. So that's fine. That's fine. It's mostly cosmetic. Yeah. This container of $7 is keeping me in control of myself. What the fuck is this? Yeah. I don't even know anymore. I hadn't really planned on what to do after I finished Everhood. So now I'm just doing weird shit. What am I watching? What am I doing? Oh, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Yes, this is what streams have come to. This is 10 out of 10 content right here. Just a robot covered in soda cans, sipping $7. Oh no, now you can't see my thigh squish. Ah, 69. It do be wiggly though. I'll be wiggling. I want to call you Can Master. You know what? Please refer to me as Can Master. Yes. I'm completely fine with that. I will now be the Can Master. But it's not gonna be complete without a pink mustache. I'm moving one. New name, Can Master. Yeah, be right back. Be right back while I change my stream, my Twitch name to Can Master / Can Killer. Just JK, I'm not gonna do that, but it'll be our little secret. Crazy for you. You killed 2 Can, then turned into Can Master. Yes. I had to assert my dominance over the Cans, so they would recognize their true. They would recognize me as their true leader, because that's how it works. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I know. Did they need help? Oh, don't worry. They're completely fine. One of them has a small dent in him, but that's fine. He'll live. He calls it the battle scar. I'm gonna need to take away this $7, but I have to unlock everything. There we go. Lock him in place. There we go. Put that away. There we go. Ha. Kill them. No, I don't want to kill them. They're my underlings. Are you going to kill? No, no, I'm not gonna kill. They're my precious underlings. There we go. I brought back the die squish. They're part of me now. Yes, I am Can. My arms are actually just shoved down the oversized drinking hole from the top of the can. That's how I got my arms in them. True story, true story. I'm not sure how to explain the torso can though. You need nothing but Can. I'd need nothing but Can because I am Can. And as you can see, the cans on my head clearly resembles a crown, so I am the royal Can. For this, I might need a hammer though. Oh, I need a reality check. So I need to bonk I need to bonk some sense into myself. There we go. Bow down to Can Master, yes. Bow down before me. I would raise my hands if I could, but, you know, I'll just pretend like the cans are too heavy. Yeah, you came in just at the end. I'm sorry. How long have I streamed? I'm currently at 6 hours and 40 minutes. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. So I guess the game took a little over 6 hours, maybe around 6 hours. You came at a very good part. Yeah, that was a very good part. I'll probably upload the VOD to YouTube or something, in case you wanna give it a look. My YouTube channel is kind of empty anyway. Best fight, yes, indeed the best fight. I really liked it. Like, in all seriousness, I really enjoyed that game. I'd better do more Everhood. I mean, I'll probably try out the whole New Game Plus thing. Yeah. I have a few games I want to play, because I also want to play, what was it, No Straight Roads, which is another music game. I don't know if you've ever heard about it, that is. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. I need to restart. Yeah, that's why I'm probably gonna take a little break, a small break from the game before I actually do the New Game Plus thing. But I'll definitely revisit or I'll definitely do it at some point. Let's see here. Do you have a good sized picture? The new stuff is as soon as you get the arm back. Oh, okay. I see. The rest is the same. Gotcha. I'm fine with that. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see, the rest is the same. Just to let you know, it's really hard. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh no. Oh no, it's hard. And I played a majority of the game on normal difficulty, but at some point I was like, screw it, I'm switching to easy mode. I didn't switch to the easiest, but I went easy because I have garbage reaction time. I'm just gonna say that. Let's see. Good luck with that future me, indeed. I'll need it. Future me is gonna need it. Also, yeah, regarding another game I want to play, this it's called No Straight Roads. It's also got some good music, good story progression and stuff. Figured it looked like a fun game. I'll watch a few videos of it. It has an interesting art style too, which I really like. Yeah, I feel like it's a game that kind of went under the radar for a lot of people. Like, I don't know if it's released at an unfortunate time or not. Because it's really good. It seems really good from what I've seen. So I definitely recommend just checking it out. Same for Everhood, yeah. Yeah, I was recommended Everhood by a friend of mine. Just out of nowhere. I was curious, so I decided to check it out. And turns out I love it. Yeah. I haven't actually... I don't think I've seen any videos of it. But that again, I haven't been actively searching for videos of it. I'm kind of glad I didn't look up videos of it, because I got to go in blind. So there was no spoiled surprises. Which it just makes the experience a lot better. Honestly, there's a lot of games I want to stream, but my graphics card just kind of shits itself. When you run, because I run OBS, the game, and VTube Studio, which also uses the GPU. My GPU don't like it. Yeah, it definitely gave me Undertale vibes, and there were definitely Undertale references in there. Like the frickin' ATM. Undertale best game. It's a very good game, yeah. I also liked Deltarune. It was a very fun game. Fun game. Fun game. Da-da. Da-da. Da. It's not as long. Yeah, that's right. It's not as long now. Yeah, it's definitely still good. I do enjoy it. A friend of mine absolutely loves the, Undertale as a series. She's almost obsessed. Almost, I wouldn't say obsessed, but she definitely has a strong affection to it. Took me like 2 hours to finish. Yeah, it didn't take me that long either. I don't remember exactly how long, but it didn't take too long. I took it nice and easy though, so I didn't, I wasn't aiming for any quick completion or anything, but I was surprised at how quickly I completed it regardless. Have some doot. Doot. Undertale was long, yeah. Deltarune wasn't. I keep moving the wrong thing. There we go. I'm moving the things from the wrong window. Yeah, it definitely did, and I'm kind of glad it did. It scratched that itch, that Undertale itch that I didn't know I had. Oh yeah, definitely, I love it too. Now I'm just a vibing can, exactly. I do be vibing. I'm a vibing can that's probably gonna hit the hay here in a minute. Because despite being the weekends, I do have work tomorrow. Which is always fun. Yeah, just vibing. I'm just vibing. Can Master. Master Can. Ba, 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 ba. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. This is me and not too long. Just replace the bird with a can. Just because I'm a can. Just replace the bird with a can. A can with arms. That's what I am. Oh, yeah. Oh, do. Let me just... Ah, there we go. Be-de-doom, be-de-doom. Da. Computer noises. Beep beep bop boop boop. Beep beep beep. Beep bop boop. Beep beep. Dial up noises. What are can noises? I can make can noises too. Observe. I am can. Can Master. That's me. Can Master Slush. Making can noises, oh yeah. Now I'm the stretching can. Do the stretch. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. How does a can stretch? That is a very good question. I don't have an answer to that. but I am Can Master. Even a master doesn't have answers to everything. There are mysteries that even a master can't answer or solve. That's just how it is. Or maybe I'm just keeping it a secret. Who knows? Yeah, I think this is about a fitting place for me to end the stream. I think I'm probably gonna send you over to a random stream. I've never tried the raid function. I'm probably gonna, you're going to have to kill them. I don't want to kill them. But yeah, to end the stream, I'm probably gonna test out the raid function that Twitch has. Wonder who I'm gonna raid though. Who to raid? Oh no, who to raid? There's nothing bad about it. Just sending some peeps over. I wonder who though. I'm not sure who. None of the people I was gonna raid are online at the moment. Don't send me away. No. Don't worry. Don't worry. Let's see. Who this? I'm very sorry, but Can Master needs sleeps. So I'm gonna test out the raid function to end the stream. So, if you have any suggestions, or if you have any suggestions for, or if you know someone I can send you over to, I could do that. If not, I'm just gonna pick a random low view channel. Can need sleep? Can need sleep, yes. Can need sleep. I'm still... or can need sleep. Can is half robot. Robot needs to charge. It's what my tail is for. That's what this tail is for. I need it to charge. I need an entire night to charge up. Yes. That's Sleepy Can. Okay, so let's see, how does this rating thing work? Do I just find random people? I mean... You robot. Yes, I robot. I need charge. But made of can, yes. Or rather, the can is my armor. It's my clothing, it's my attire, it's my design choice. I am Can. And maybe my head is as empty as a tin can, I don't know. Who knows? Because I don't know. Who to raid? Who this? There's somebody here playing Final Fantasy. Robot made of can. Yes, I am can. But yes, I'm gonna be ending the stream here, so I'll be sending you over to a random stream. Thank you again so much for joining me. I will be uploading the VOD to YouTube after maybe a little bit of trimming. Just a little bit of trimming. And yeah. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining me, keeping me company. It's really fun. It's really fun to talk to you all. Okay, yeah. So I'll be sending you over. Yeah. See you later. See you next time. I'll be sending you over to a random person. So brace yourself.